call the meeting to order.
Yep.
First item is JRF Management LLC. Development LLC, 1349, 1371 Farmington Avenue, lots 8218, 8237 Farmington Avenue, and 8560 Avenue, and 8794 Squatchin Avenue, and the southerly side of Farmington Avenue. Regulated activity within wetlands and upland review area for mixed-use development with public bicycle paths. The application came in August and July, and this is the date that was set for the public hearing. So
Correct.
with that, we'll turn it over to the applicant to do a presentation.
I'm going to do one, Mr. Chair, if I can, because we have, I want to do roll call, and both you and Mr. Stachin can remove your mask when you're talking, and anyone, when you're presenting at the podium, you may remove your mask. When you're sitting in the gallery, please have a mask on. Okay, roll call. Rich Berlandi.
Here.
Emily Brick. There's no Emily this evening. Dave Fox.
Here.
Robert Hannon.
Here.
Robert Eisner.
Here.
Mark Simpson.
I'm here.
Ned Stachin.
Here.
And Jay Tulin.
I'm here.
Okay, and if you'll indulge me, either myself or Mr. Eisner can read the legal notice in. Town of Farmington Inland Wetlands Commission notice is hereby given that the Inland Wetlands Commission will hold an online and in-person hybrid public hearing on Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021 at 7 p.m. via online web conference and in the Town Hall Council chambers on the following application. JRF Management LLC include Real Estate Development LLC. Application for regulated activity within wetlands and upland review area related to proposed mixed-use development with public bicycle path located at 1349, 1371 Farmington Avenue and adjacent to assessors lots 8218, 8237 Farmington Ave, 8560 New Britain Ave, and 8794 Sequoian Road on the southerly side of Farmington Avenue. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this hybrid public hearing. The link to this meeting may be found on the Town of Farmington's website at https://www.farmington-ct.org/about-us/calendar-meetings. A copy of this proposal is online at www.farmington-ct.org/government/conservation inland wetlands commission, or please call the planning department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325, dated Farmington, Connecticut, the 25th of August, 2021. Inland Wetlands Commission, Robert Hannon, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, and Shannon, I think one of the things that I would like to do when we do get to the public hearing comments, I would like to take the people that are here first.
Certainly.
So if there are people that are then on the phone, we can take them after everybody that's here has made their presentation.
Certainly. Okay.
With great pleasure, I take this off. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, as well as members of the audience. I am Robin Pearson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut, and I represent the applicants for the proposal that's here before the commission this evening. And they are JRF Management LLC. That is the owner of the property for which the permit is requested this evening in order to conduct regulated activities on the properties owned by JRF Management LLC. Jeff Scott, who is the person behind that entity, is here this evening. While he will not be testifying, he can certainly answer questions should they come up with regard to his particulars of his property. The second applicant for this proposal this evening is Cayude Real Estate Development LLC. They are the contract purchasers of a portion of the site or the parcels that are owned by JRF Management LLC. And the proposal for which the wetland permit is being requested is a development that proposes a mixed-use commercial and residential development with new residential units to be constructed on the more undeveloped portion of the site, and a major redevelopment of the McCollum commercial building and attendant buildings to be part of the overall development proposal. The properties comprising this, we call it the midpoint mixed-use development, are best shown if you, Ms. Rutherford, would you go to the plan that should, good. This is the second screen that we have in our materials to go over this evening. And on the right-hand side of that screen are the properties that are owned by JRF for which the development is proposed. And I can see that Ms. Rutherford is outlining for you on that screen the outline of where the development is planned for this particular amount of acreage. That constitutes 24.85 acres. The applicants have also taken upon themselves to apply for, as part of this wetland permit, the approvals necessary in order to achieve a connection of a bike trail from, the connection would be between the JRF side of the parcel, which is on the right-hand side, onto the town's property where the baseball parks and the town park is, and over that right-of-way, which is controlled by the town, but actually I believe is a DOT right-of-way. The no development is proposed by the two applicants on that side, on the left-hand side of that yellow colored in area that you can see. The reason some of you may have received notice of the pendency of this application is because if you look at that yellow outlined area or colored in area, there is a red radius around the perimeter of those two pieces, the right-hand side and the left-hand side. And everyone within that radius, 200-foot radius, did receive a notice of this proceeding. You received notice perhaps because you reside or own property on the left-hand side, but again, nothing is proposed by the applicants this evening on the left-hand side of the DOT right-of-way. The town spoke with us and said, you know, it would be easier and make more sense if we have one application before the commission with regard to the wetland approval that would be necessary to make that connection to the bike trail, which would then run through the property we are proposing to develop, and get it all done, notices, have one hearing, have everyone able to understand the entirety of what's proposed here. But the applicants are not proposing to build any of that connection on the town's parcels or the parcel that the town controls. We are just facilitating the potential connection by taking it upon ourselves, the burden of going for the permitting that's required by wetlands to be able to make that connection. So I think that's important. I know there have been some calls that have come into town hall that have been somewhat concerned, but nothing is changing on the town side other than the ability at some time in the future for the town to build out the connection for the bike trail to go through the property we are proposing to develop. So I should point out too, as a housekeeping matter, that the notices that were sent out to persons who own property within that radius outlined in red did go out well before the required deadline for doing so. So people have had more than the usual amount of time to be able to explore what's involved in this application. The receipts for that mailing have been put on record with the town, and the signs that are required to be posted on the properties have been appropriately posted, so the notice requirements have been met. Before we go into the meat of our presentation tonight, I'd like to explain who is here on behalf of the team and what they will be going through for you. I should also say something I didn't mention, that on behalf of the second applicant, Cayude Real Estate Development LLC, representatives, both Abe Cayude and Barbara Duffy, are here remotely. And again, will not be participating in the presentation, but should you have any specific questions, we can certainly see about directing them their way. But here in person and making the presentation will be first of all Phil Doyle. He is with LADA PC. They are land planners. He is going to go through for you the background of this application, how it has evolved. He'll review the site development plan that is proposed, for which the permit to conduct regulated activities is needed. He will go through an explanation of the regulated areas, show you where they are on the properties, and there are regulated areas on the town side where that bike trail connection has to be made. And again, that's the reason we've included that land in the application. He will also go through a proposed grading plan. He'll talk about the treatment of invasive plant species on this site, which is a big component of our application, and overall landscaping that's proposed. He'll be followed by Tom Daly from SLR Engineering, who has been working along on this application. He will go through the drainage proposal. He'll talk about LID techniques that have been utilized to recharge the groundwater resources. He'll talk about erosion and sedimentation control provisions and also the utilities for the site. And finally, he'll be followed by Megan Raymond, also with SLR, who is a principal scientist and wetlands and waterways. She'll go through her soils report, the information she has discerned in her analysis of the site, and also go through her impact assessment to provide the commission with the information it needs to determine that indeed there is not a significant impact on wetland resources involved with this particular application. Notices have gone out to the Connecticut Water Company and the Department of Public Health as required, and there are responses in the file. These were items that had to be those notices had to be done because the site is within a delineated aquifer protection overlay area. Mr. Chairman spoke to the process before the agency to date, but I'd like to give a little more detail. We did come before the commission on July 7th to present our proposal for the wetland permit. And that was after having received back in December 7 of 2020, a zone change for the portion of the site on the right-hand side that's owned by JRF Associates. I'm sorry, JRF Management LLC. That was approved, the change to midpoint zone back then, at the same time that a master plan proposal for the site was also approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So they looked at what we intended to do on the site, including the commercial development and the new residential development, and were pleased with the concept plan as set forth. And they did approve the change of zone and the master plan. The applicants have subsequently refined that plan. They've had a great deal of input from the town staff, as well as from the Architectural Design Review Committee, And also Connecticut Water Company has had some input on this design. And so, again, we presented a plan on July 7th, which to the Wetland Commission, which has been somewhat refined. And the commission at that time set the public hearing for tonight. And they also conducted 2 site walks over the properties. One was done on August 25th and the other was September 9th. So there's a great deal of information that has been pulled together with regard to this particular application. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Phil Doyle to go into the real details of what we are proposing this evening. And then again, he'll be followed by Tom Daly and then Megan Raymond.
Good evening, members of the commission and public. I'm Phil Doyle from, as Robin Pearson has indicated, my firm is LADA. We're in Simsbury. I'm a urban planner and a licensed landscape architect and have been practicing in this town since 1978, longer than I had ever expected. The first slide that Robin, why don't you talk about this slide just for a second? If anyone has seen the site plans, this is the site location plan. You'll notice, as Robin has been describing the site that's currently up, there are designations to the right. To the right is east. North is to the top of the screen. South is to the bottom. Farmington River is basically running east-west slightly, west to southeast, something like that. But there are designations A, B, C, and D. Those A, B, C, and Ds relate to the four parcels that compose the midpoint development. If you've looked at the site data table, that's the second sheet in the drawing set, not on the screen, Robin, but the second set in the drawing set. There is a designation of the tax numbers, the acreages, that type of thing. So it relates to the data specific to the working drawing set. And the application that we have before us tonight is 4 parcels. The 4 parcels to the right that are part of the MDD district. And then because the town controls or has a right of way through the DOT over the bike trail to the Farmington Heritage Canal Trail, I believe, and also owns the town park. The town park and the trail are part of this application. And there is no physical activity, as Robin Pearson has explained, onto the town park that we are proposing at the moment, though we do have drawings that would show the construction of the bike path into the town park. And I'll explain how we got there in a little bit in the presentation. So Robin, could you go on, or Shannon rather, could you go on to, I'm sorry,
That's good.
Go on to this is again the slide that shows the area of notification. We notified about 40 or so, 47 property owners nearby. This is the site location plan. It's really the existing conditions. And the core of this application relates to these properties. Property A, which includes the McCallum building complex. It was a building complex that was originally proposed back in the early 20s and constructed, I think, finished construction maybe in 22, 23. There is an out parcel that is not a piece of this application, which is the Midas repair shop that's next door. And then there is parcel B, which currently holds a multifamily house. There is parcel C, which is a 25-acre piece that Shannon is outlining now. And then there is parcel D, which is another 20-acre piece that runs down to the eastern property line. And in my description of parcel C, I should have said 20 acres. I might have said 25 acres. The total, excuse me, 10 acres for parcel C and 10 acres for parcel D. Total acreage is 25 acres for the entire development. The pink lines that are shown on this plan are the existing town sewer lines that run through the property. Over time, when the sewer system was evolving and the treatment plant constructed to the east, further down near the center of the village, the sewer lines were extended up through this property and other properties to reach Unionville. So the main trunk line comes through this. That's the main line that runs east and west on this map. And it sort of bisects the property into various pieces. Now, other things that are shown on this map, the river edge is really the boundary of the property to the south side, to the bottom of the sheet. There is just behind that river edge a dotted line or a dashed line, and that's the definition that Megan Raymond will be talking about later, is the definition of the location of the inland wetland soils, the poorly drained soils. So anything from that line towards the river is a poorly drained soil. It's been measured in terms of its area, and it's shown on our data table. There is another blue line that's the upland review area. Town of Farmington has 150-foot upland review area around wetland soils so that the commission can evaluate the impacts that happen within that area. And then there is a dark black line, just correct. That's the FEMA flood line. Farmington River goes into flood. FEMA has defined the 100-year or 1% flood line, and that's the 175 contour that defines the limit of the 100-year flood. I would also note, too, that to the top of the sheet on the north side, there were excavated are excavated ponds that were created some time ago. Historic photographs show that those ponds were starting to be constructed as early as the 1930s, and they are water bodies, and small sections of the upland review area, 150-foot area, from those ponds extend onto this property. The property is about 2,000 or so feet long from west to east, and has probably about 2,200 linear feet of frontage along the Farmington River. Because the river wiggles, it has less frontage on Farmington Avenue and actually more frontage along the river. Let's go to the next slide. This is a depiction of the approved MDD plan. Robin had indicated that we went through a process a year ago, and we received a zoning approval for a MDD district, and the MDD stands for Midpoint Development District. The town, in its plan of conservation development, looked at a number of properties in this particular area of the town, and town. When I say town, what I'm referring to is the town government, looked at a number of different properties in this area. And in the POCD in section 9, established an area for potential rezoning. And this was one of those potential locations. A zoning reg was drafted by the municipal staff, and we developed a master plan. It's the plan in front of you that was taken in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Architectural Review Board, and informally to Inland Wetlands a year ago. And zoning approved this plan. And I mention this because the plan really is sort of the crux of the application we have in front of you in terms of many of the wetland impacts. Because as part of the requirements for the implementation of the MDD zone, it's incumbent upon the applicant to build the bike trail and by an on-site bike trail that would connect with the existing Farmington Heritage Canal bike trail that runs north-south, we know right now, from Hamden almost continuously up to Westfield, Massachusetts. And it's quite a task to do that. And we have plans that will show you how that's going to be accomplished. But the location of the bike path, and maybe Shannon, you could take the cursor and just show how the bike path comes down and then runs through the property. Oh yeah, yep. The location that we have picked for that trail was really dictated by the POCD. That's the exact location as shown on the Plan of Conservation and Development. So, Shannon, let's move on to the next slide. And I might at some point ask you to take a step back with me, but let's stay with this next slide. As we get into the discussion of, and maybe could you step that back a little bit so that we see more of the entire plan? Yes. For our wetland application, we have 2 or 3 different components of it. One of the components of the wetland application is alluvial soils. We, in the state of Connecticut, floodplain soils, considered alluvial soils, are part of what is regulated by the Inland Wetland Commission. And there are alluvial soil pockets, perhaps, I'm thinking, Robin, that the coloring does not show well enough here. Let's go back a slide or two. Robin, Shannon.
That's okay.
I keep calling you Robin.
That's all right. I answered almost anything.
Yeah. Hey, you. Let's go. Yes. Take a look at that slide. There are alluvial soils in the areas that Shannon is depicting. On the site, there's about 271,000 square feet of alluvial soils. And those soils are listed in the application. We will be disturbing, as we go through the application, we'll be disturbing virtually all of the alluvial soils that are on the property. As the town built the sewer systems are built through those areas. I know Megan later on can explain the value and function of those particular areas. But in the center of most of these areas, right in that area, a little bit, the piece to the west of the center sewer line, and then again a piece right in there. Those are the on-site alluvial soils. And then let's go on to that site plan. What we've represented on this site plan is the current evolution of the master plan. The area colored in green to the bottom of the sheet, to the south side of the sheet, is an area that's about 100 feet deep, that running from the normal high water line back 100 feet into the property. That is shown, it was requested in a town engineering department review that we consider imposing a conservation easement on the property in that area to make sure that there would be no additional development beyond that which is depicted on the plans. I'll go through some of the numbers so that we can understand using this plan, so we can understand the amount of the development and disturbance that is proposed. And this is all on the data table, which is sheet L 1.1, if anyone has the working drawings in front of them. But we have 227,000 square feet of alluvial soils we'll be disturbing, 227,000 plus or minus square feet of those soils. We have about 94,000 square feet of wetland poorly drained soils that I pointed out, and Shannon was showing where those are located towards the river. At this point, we're proposing no disturbance of the poorly drained soils. We have an upland review area, total size of about 243,000 square feet of space. We'll be proposing to disturb about 141,000 square feet of the upland review area. And that is the upland review area I'm specifically talking about, is the upland review area along the closest to the river. You'll notice that some of the buildings have a darker red shade, and those red shades are or darker brown shade, are where those buildings would be within the upland review area. And maybe Shannon, you and I can touch on the different buildings so people can see where they specifically are. Building number 5 is on the farthest west, that has that shape. Yes, that shape right there. The darker shape is the area that would be within the upland review area. It's about 5,600 square feet of that building. Building number 6 is the building next. There's about 2,400 square feet footprint of that building that is within the upland review area. And building number 8, which is farthest to the east, that has about 6,400 square feet of upland review area intrusion. The bike path has about 18,000 square feet. Bike path's about 10 feet wide, and it's about, and that's the impervious surface, about 18,000 square feet. There's probably going to be about 2 feet of disturbance outside of the bike path on each side to grade it. So associated with the bike path is probably about 27,000 square feet of total disturbance within the upland review area. There are 2 pavilions for recreation purposes that will be within the upland review area, and those pavilions total about 1,000 square feet. One pavilion is down by the river and on a peninsula of upland. And there is another pavilion that is back between buildings 5 and 6, right in that area. And then we have the pool and patio area, about 3,700 square feet of space. And then we have various paths that add up to about another 1,800 square feet of space. The one thing I do want to point out on this plan before we go too much further, in one of the site walks with the commission, I think it was the first site walk with the commission, the chair had, and when we were talking about the location of the southernmost recreation area where the gazebo that Shannon was just pointing out is located, and a seasonal kayak launch that we're proposing. The chair had indicated that we probably should show on the plans the location of the floodway and and take note of the fact that the commission had never approved any activities like that within a floodway. So we've made sure in the development of the plans that those facilities are outside of the floodway, and the floodway is actually that thin line that's shown on the down lower right there. That's the floodway that comes from the FEMA mapping that runs through and adjacent to the property. The floodway is where FEMA expects in a 100-year storm, the water would actually be moving. The other water would be, I think they presume the other water would be backwater. Let's move on to the next plan. This is you got that one up there?
Is that the next?
Yeah, let's go on to the next one.
Oh, this was the next one. Okay, you want me to go one more?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'd like to, and maybe let's step this one back a little bit so that we're seeing more of the entire picture. Yes. This particular map is taken from the town POCD information. And there's an insert that was on the map that is on the map that had been a little larger a second ago, but that insert up in the middle, right there where the shadow lines are, that is a depiction of in the upper left-hand corner of actually the midpoint area and how in the POCD the trails are bike trails and other connections are shown in this area. The larger map is a map that is from the town planning office that is the background information for the development of the POCD. And you'll see on the left-hand side of the larger map, there's a dashed, let's call it purpley line right there. That's the location of the bike trail. The site that we're looking at is correct. This is that whole MDD area. Now that MDD area is composed of a number of different parcels. So when the town developed the POCD and developed the zoning, they recommended different zonings in different locations. Shannon's cursor right now is on Plant 17 property that's owned by a different company. And that is waterside immediately above it, where there's some commercial development already. And then our site, the MDD site that we're looking at, is right there. And you'll see that the dark purple lines, those solid lines, are where the town has envisioned the bike path connections that would take one from the Heritage Canal Trail eventually into the center of the village, and ultimately in the other direction, the town would like to have connections going west down to Unionville, and perhaps that might happen through the town park at some point in the future. But the POCD shows the connection being made to the town park, and that's that little short stub there, Shannon, right there, and then the connection made into our property. Now, why don't we go to the next slide? In the past, there have been a lot of questions about how the trail connection works and why it's being done in this manner. The trail, the bike trail as it exists today, is for the most part outside of the upland review area, but the development of the connections to it is of interest. What we're proposing to do, and what the town engineering department has run through informally through DOT, is to take the existing trail, the bike trail, that is 30 feet or more above the level of the town park and above the level of our site, and we are going to dip the trail. We're going to excavate part of the trail out, and we will be lowering the trail generally between the abutment from the river, correct, right there, to the abutment over on Farmington Avenue. I think that's called the Big Bird Bridge. And the idea is to create a trail connection that is gentle. If anyone rides the bike trail, you've been up to Collinsville, you know that there's a ramp that comes down off the bridge that's about 150 feet long at a 10% grade with an abrupt end, and it's a very uncomfortable connection. If we were just to build an abutment here and run that at 10% as they did in the town of Canton, we'd have a 300-foot long abutment. People could build up a tremendous amount of speed and get hurt at the terminating location. The idea is to drop the trail and then allow us to build connecting paths, bike paths, into the town property that would be to the north, right there, and then into the MDD site at a much reduced grade of 4 or 5%. Do it in a very gentle fashion so that families can take kids on the bike path and it will appear seamless. And in doing so, we are also able to cut down the amount of disturbance for the fills that would be involved in creating these bike paths. So let's, Shannon, slip on to the next slide. This is the graphic representation of the planting plan. The site will be significantly disturbed. All of the interior of the site will be disturbed for grading of the buildings and the parking. There will be areas of existing vegetation left along Route 4, right in along through that area. Now, and then along the river, we will be leaving virtually undisturbed 2/3 of the river frontage back probably 200 feet from the river edge in front of buildings 5 and 6. Yeah, but the eastern most portion, let's say 1/3 of the frontage, will be taking the bike path through what is an area of spoil pile. It's remnant dirt left over from the excavations that took place on this property we think in about the 1950s, as the river was widened substantially in this area. And then we will be revegetating all of that area along the river and the entire site. But we will be using native grasses. We will be creating some stormwater infiltration areas, and we will be replanting with shrubs and trees that are all native New England plant material. And the bike path, I will also say, as it goes through, since that's the spot will be closest to the river, will have as it does in many areas, it will have the split rail fence along the trail. We want people to be able to see the river, but we don't want people to be able to go out and disturb the bank or get close to the bank edge. We'll be planting that bank edge with native shrubs to separate the ground plane from the river. I'd also say in the development of the site plan, the town has a separate floodplain regulation from FEMA, and the floodplain regulation requires us to set the buildings at an elevation of 182. We've accomplished that. The site is generally a balance of cuts and fills. The site at the moment is all sands and gravels, and I think Tom Daly from SLR can talk in much more detail about the drainage, but the site generally absorbs the storm drainage. Part of the development of the midpoint zoning regulation, the town included a proviso that said that there is no direct discharge of water from this site allowed to the Farmington River. All water must be infiltrated. So spread throughout this property, and they're mostly shown in those darker areas of green, where we will be using specific grass types and plant types to provide some biological rehabilitation for stormwater quality purposes. Those will all be infiltration basins of one type or another, and they will be taking the stormwater from the site, feeding it back down into the ground as it is functioning today. Let's move on to the next slide. The couple of details. One of the proposals we're making within the recreation area is for a floating seasonal dock that would be put in the spring and taken out in the fall. It's a light manufactured type structure that is the posts that you see, the before posts are hand screwed in to the river bottom. And let's move on to the next. There are details for the location of the dock, and there's a detail for the pavilion along that peninsula at the near the river. We would have an open air pavilion that would and could be flooded in time of high water. There's a note to the lower right of that detail right there, Shannon, that indicates that the foundations, when we get to the building permit phase of the development, would be designed to withstand the hydrostatic pressure that might want to lift that structure during a high water or flood period. Now let's go to the next slide. Robin had mentioned in her presentation that the site has invasive species. The site is previously disturbed for the earthwork, as I had mentioned, and invasives love disturbed soils. And all I've tried to do here is take the four most prominent invasives that one finds on the property, which are the Tartarian honeysuckle, which is the area in blue, the Japanese knotweed, which is the areas in green, or excuse me, green and gray. In purple, we have the areas where Oriental bittersweet has completely taken over many of the trees. And then we have right along the river edge, we have the multiflora rose. That's growing primarily on the southern side of the soil stockpile in that area. The vegetation is in many areas dying or dead. Some of the existing vegetation, because of the invasives, it's a major problem. Much of the invasive will be removed when we're doing the earthwork, but there are outlying areas where we're not proposing disturbance. And the Japanese knotweed that we all see along the roadsides is so vigorous that it will come back even after you have cut it. So we have put together on the next sheet, Shannon, and this is a smaller version, but we put together a plan. The documentation on the right is a proposal for invasive species removal. And we've gone to a number of different sources, whether it's the Connecticut DEP or NRCS soil or plant management suggestions, Connecticut Invasive Species Plant Council. We've talked to the town staff. I know that the commission recently has been related to us, has been looking at some invasive species removal on the Plant 17 property immediately to our east. And the proposal that we would have is that we will be cutting, drying the material trying to remove with the machine with excavator with tongs the material from those areas where we're constructing, shake the soil from the roots, but keep that material, whether it's the multiflora rose or the Japanese knotweed or the Totarian honeysuckle. We'll be keeping that separate. We'll be drying it and then removing that dead material from the property for disposal. And then once the soil is regraded, we'll be cutting that material if it returns. As I understand it, there's some relatively good success on the property adjacent to us. In those areas where, particularly to the west of the recreation area we're proposing, we're not disturbing great large areas in there. We're not disturbing great amounts of land, but that area is heavily covered with the invasives. And our suggestion will be to take some test plots, probably at maximum 100 by 100 foot areas, sections, and using smaller equipment going in there, trying to, in the upland review areas, not within areas of poorly drained soils, but in upland review areas, taking out the plant material, drying it, and then reseeding that with native species so that we can try to remove those extensive areas of invasive plant coverage. In areas where we have any poorly drained soils, that those invasive species would have to be cut by hand, and we'd have to just keep cutting it until we see some improvement in the situation. As a last comment before I turn this over to Tom Daly, I'd say when we were requested to consider a conservation easement along the land within 100 feet of the river, the suggestion of the engineering department, and that we agree with, the conservation easement would still allow recreation activities that we've talked about tonight and that's in the application. It would allow maintenance of that area. It would allow the removal of invasive species on a continual basis in those areas. And I think that's all I'd like to say at the moment, and turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Phil. For the record, Tom Daly with SLR. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. And at my part of the presentation, we'll focus on the utilities and storm drainage and erosion control. I know the commission took great care and walked the site, but to start from the beginning, the site out there is relatively flat. The soils on site are well graded sand and gravel. We did approximately 35 test pits out there to really understand what the soils are. That was done by Clarence Welty, and we had that information before we even put a pen to paper. And those soils, once again, were fairly consistent, good sand and gravel, and it's probably not a surprise. But we also found no groundwater and no ledge in those test pits. And as I said, we kind of peppered the whole site with 32 of those. So really drainage occurs, there's really 3 drainage components on this site. First of all, it's the soil itself. As we just talked about, as Phil indicated, the site has really kind of an undulating topography to it, flat but undulating. And that really plays well into the existing soils. Essentially, the site really doesn't discharge any water to, or directly discharge any water to the Farmington River. It's primarily infiltrated into the ground. Maybe under some very large storm events, you may get some water that discharges, but ultimately it's really a site that functions on infiltration. And we anticipate that was one of the reasons why the town in the midpoint regulation really focused on that and said we want to see infiltration in this area. There is 2 drainage systems on site. One, there is a small drainage pipe coming off the McAllen building. It's a 24-inch pipe that really discharges some parking lot and off there. It's still, it comes off, as Shannon shows, over in that left-hand corner. The outlet of that pipe is still about 130 feet away from the Farmington River and at almost 125 feet from the clearest wetland. So once again, while that is a point discharge, it's still well away from the river's edge. And then really the other primary one is there's a 24-inch pipe that runs dead through the middle of the site. And that is a pipe that is apparently the high level overflow from the pond to on the north side of Farmington Ave. It just basically shoots right through the site and then discharges where Shannon's showing there with her cursor. But once again, that still is very far away from the wetland edge. It's almost 250 feet from the water's edge. So even some of those two pipe discharges, probably the water infiltrates pretty well and doesn't get much to the river. One other element that we would talk about too, another really strong feature of this project is we have, as Phil indicated, that sewer trunk line that's going through the site. Just to give you a sense, that's a 30-inch diameter line. So it's a major trunk line with that's owned by the town of Farmington. That trunk line is actually going to continue to through the property. We'll be working with town staff to reconfigure it a little bit. Actually, we're going to straighten it out a little bit, has some kind of jogs up and down. But part of our application, as right through that central corridor of the project, we will be actually relocating the sanitary sewer and kind of straightening it out. In terms of the proposed stormwater, the storm drainage, we really worked hard to do two things. One, we want to mimic existing conditions. And what that existing conditions, as I presented, is really to get the water infiltrated. In addition to that, when we went before the Town Planning and Zoning Commission, they referred, that was on the master plan approval, they referred the application to the Connecticut Water Company, who this falls in their aquifer protection area. That was a great opportunity for us because the Connecticut Water gave us a real roadmap in terms of how to function, how to focus our storm drainage. We also had the luxury of actually working on a project a few parcels over, and that once again, working with Connecticut Water. So why I do know that aquifer protection is somewhat maybe related a little more to zoning, the goals and the goals for that approach are the same goals this commission is looking for us to do. So how do we approach storm drainage? Well, we did a couple of things. First of all, we took a look at, and this once again, that roadmap from Connecticut Water, we have roof water. And we took all the roof water, which is essentially clean, it's not hitting the pavement. We took all the roof water to underground galley systems. So the roofs go immediately to the underground galleys and they're open bottom chambered, designed to infiltrate. And we had approximately, I believe, 11 of those chambers systems spread throughout. The other thing on the drainage is it's not concentrated to one central location on the site. As it does today, we've spread this drainage and this infiltration goal all around the site to really mimic that. So we have 11 of those spread throughout the site. I would say the Connecticut Water gave you an updated letter on this application. They did make a recommendation that we put some backflow protectors on those roof leaders that go there. We have already researched those and we're prepared to do that and adopt that. That would be basically if the water ever backed up from the stormwater basins and went up through here, there would be a check valve and not allow that get into those chambers. So we'll be prepared to make that revision to the plans. Then we focused on the pavement areas. Those pavement areas all drain to vegetated infiltration basins. As Phil indicated, he's taken great care in developing a planting plan to allow those basins to be fully vegetated to provide both additional water quality. Those basins are designed for the 100-year storm infiltration rates. So once again, so all the pavement will either sheet flow, so we're using leak offs from the parking lot, and then we're also using piping to get there. The basins also, prior to getting to those basins, we have stormwater chambers that are located, or water quality vaults prior to those. So we have those basins situated throughout, once again, spreading that infiltration occurring throughout the property. We do daisy chain those basins together so we can get more volume as we go. And even as you know, with these crazy storms, we're getting sometimes, 20 feet away, you can get 6 inches of rain and then 2 inches on the other side of the site. So we daisy chain those basins together so they all work together as one overall system. And as I said, they're designed for the 100-year storm. Our final discharge point for all these basins is essentially in the same location as the 24-inch pipe that comes from the pond at the north. We felt strongly that we wanted to kind of say that was an area where there was an existing discharge, and we want to make sure that we're focusing in at the same. But that discharge is still 120 feet away from the wetland line and even farther away from the Farmington River. And if you read from the Connecticut Water Company letter, their goal is really at a minimum pipes should be 100 feet away from the water's edge, and we met that standard. And I would ask the commission to take a look at Connecticut Water's letter. So as I indicated, we had a letter from them dated November 23rd, 2020. And that was based on the master plan, and it really gave us a roadmap on the goals they want us to do. We resubmitted this more detailed plan with them, and we had the pleasure of getting on a Zoom call with both town staff and then us as designers, and it was a really good, town staff was able to ask some questions and provide clarifications, and so were we, and we really walked Connecticut Water through the plans. And resulting from that conversation, we received a letter dated September 17, 2021, where they walk through the plan. And I think there's some really important elements to that letter. First of all, on page 1, they state that the applicant has demonstrated the use of best management practices to control stormwater, including above ground vegetated infiltration basins to treat water generated from parking areas and roadways, direct infiltration of roof runoff via underground chambers, gross particle separators, catch basins with deep sumps, and a stormwater maintenance plan on the plan set. Once again, they do go on. They did make a recommendation that maybe we look at some pervious pavers around the clubhouse, and we're willing to do that once we look at ADA accessibility and make sure that they're safe. But as they said, they made another recommendation. They're looking for some backflow protectors on the underground roof leader systems, and we're prepared to do that. So down below, they did take a look at our erosion control, and they deemed that our erosion control plan was satisfactory and it met the standards. They made one comment about dewatering activities. We have some general notes on our plans that talk about dewater activities just as an order of practice, but based upon the test pits we did and the geological information, we actually don't believe we'll have dewatering out here. We don't have deep excavations, but we can provide that clarity to Connecticut Water so they understand that. Beyond that, they offered some more operational suggestions that go into the plan on once the project is built, how to function going forward. They asked for an integrated pest management plan. Our firm has provided this commission with those on several other projects, so we have a really good format for that, and we're prepared to give this commission as a condition of approval to do that. They did also go along to make some recommendations on de-icing, snow storage, dumpsters, and then spill control. And we're prepared to incorporate those into some conversations with the operator. And in terms of spill control, we will actually put right on the plans that there has to be a spill control, kit on site, that if anything happens, they immediately clean it up. And we're going to be proposing that any type of fueling of vehicles occurs as far away from the site as possible over on the McCallum building where it's already on pavement, and there'll be a on-site spill response kit way over in that location. And they also have asked for a pre-construction meeting with them, and as town also requires that, we'll be incorporating them into that meeting. So I think but ultimately, Connecticut Water was very pleased with the stormwater plan and the overall project as designed. Also part of, Shannon, next slide. We put together a detailed road control plan as part of this project. We understand there is a very important water resource directly at our front door. So we want to take a real close look at erosion control on this site. We have some things really working in our advantage. One, it's good sandy soil. So the potential for runoff is going to be minimized on that. Second of all is it's generally flat. So water from construction will generally stay on site. And really the third thing that really is important is we are not receiving water sheet flow from other sites. Those sites that are really at the bottom of the hill or have other systems that are moving through that are the ones that kind of keep me up at night. This site, really, the only water we really have to deal with here is the water that actually falls out of the sky. So that gives us a great advantage. That being said, we have taken a look at a strong erosion control. We have really 3 levels of protection before we get to the Farmington River. We have perimeter erosion control fence. We have perimeter straw wattles that will go all the way along there. And then we also have a diversion berm sediment trap system all the way along the edge of the construction. And our goal actually is also these sediment traps will not be in the same location as the infiltration basins. We don't want to impact those. So we have that. So any water here really has to go through almost 4 levels of erosion control before they can even get to the Farmington River. We also have a large vegetated buffer that's going to remain between us and the Farmington River, which will also continue to provide an important buffer there. This project will have to be registered under the stormwater DEP for construction activities due to its size. And we've also stayed away from the steep slopes along the river, which we believe is important. The only steep slopes we're really creating are actually as Phil indicated, that trail that comes down. Really, that's unavoidable, but we are calling for erosion control blankets to be placed on there, and that's fairly far away from Farmington River. With that, that's an overview of my presentation as relates to those technical items. With that, I'm going to ask Megan Raymond come up and speak to the wetlands. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, thank you, Tom. For the record, my name is Megan Raymond. I'm a professional wetland scientist and registered soil scientist, as well as a certified floodplain manager at SLR. I'm a principal scientist at SLR and the Wetlands and Waterways lead. I became involved in the property in January of 2019, and that began with the wetland delineation on the site. As you've heard from Robin, Phil, and Tom, the site is comprised of 24.85 acres on Farmington Avenue, south of Farmington Avenue, and east of our roadway bridge or railroad bridge that runs north-south. The site is a very heterogeneous property, and I think I want to step back just very briefly and talk about a little bit of the site history. As you've heard, the southern portion of the property abuts about 1,800 linear feet of the Farmington River, and this is just an aerial image of 1951, prior to some of the manipulations that we've seen on the property that we see present day. What I'd like to point out to you in this figure is just the southern property line, and you can see that southern property line doesn't abut the river proper. It abuts a sort of oxbow island, and then there's a river channel to the south and to the north of that island. And also take a look at just the width of the river in this particular image. The width of the river is approximately 200 feet across its banks from bank to bank. Now let's go to the next image, please, Shannon, which is an image from 1990, and we can see the site present day. And this is the configuration that we see out there today, where we have the southern boundary of our property directly abutting the Farmington River. What we see in this particular image is how the river has widened. The Oxbow Island is gone and the river has widened, and that was a result of that sand and gravel excavation that we've discussed. But the river channels now widened from approximately 200 feet to about 650 feet in the eastern portion of our property. And what this has done is it's really modified the mechanics of hydrology on the site as it relates to that relationship to the river. When we were out taking a look at the property, in addition to these disturbances directly on the river, there's been a lot of site disturbance within the subject property, and that has to do with the utility work. We have the sewer trunk line. We have a couple of stem lines coming through. What you see on the site as you're walking through is a heterogeneous mix of vegetation, some areas of forest, but then a lot of disturbed woodland, a lot of disturbed scrub shrub. And this is sort of replete with mounds of fill from past excavation practices, and a variety of different uses that the site has seen over time. But we're kind of looking at it from a macro perspective. We have modifications to the riverine system. We have site-specific modifications to the topography and vegetation. And then we also have this other influence on the property as it relates to the hydrology, and that is the railroad bridge that runs north-south to the site. And I think that we can see this pretty clearly, or that the impact of that particular impediment and infrastructure on the next slide, please, Shannon, which is just a good evidence of the impact of these modifications on the riverine hydrology as evidenced in the FEMA base flood mapping. What we can see, if you look upstream of our site, we have a base flood elevation of approximately 182 feet. And then just south of our bridge, we have a base flood elevation, 100-year floodplain elevation of that's 182 and then 175. So we have a 7-foot drop over about 1,000 feet, which is quite drastic, and it has to do with that effect of the railroad bridge itself. And so then bringing us to really present day, we'll go to the next slide, please. And this is what now those influences and the site-specific conditions as revealed, as presented and reflected in the wetland delineation. We obviously have the Farmington River that borders our southern property boundary, again, about 1,800 linear feet of river, bordering river area. And then along that wetland system, it's a state wetland. It's also a federal wetland. We have a couple of different wetland types. To the east, where we have that really steep, we have some really steep fill slopes right adjacent to the river. We have a wetland boundary that's generally defined by the ordinary high water line to the Farmington River there. And then as we move to the north, the fill impacts right on the river itself sort of dampen, and they recede to the north. And then we have a bordering wetland of approximately a couple hundred feet. And there's some evidence of past manipulation within that resource as well, with an excavated pond and some other modifications, maybe a couple of fill piles that are included within the wetland boundary. But we have a floodplain forest in that area, as well as a little bit of a floodplain emergent wetland. And then to our east, we have just a palustrin scrub shrub ordinary high system that does border the Farmington in that location. In addition to those areas, we have these relic alluvial soils. We exist again on the Farmington River within this watershed that I think it's about a 358-acre watershed, quite a big watershed, really important resource, drains to the Connecticut, about 30 miles along this river corridor, 10 miles as a crow flies. But within this, we have these relic alluvial soils, and alluvial soils are per the Connecticut Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act. They are one of our wetland criteria. The Connecticut Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act regulates poorly drained, very poorly drained alluvial and floodplain soils. And what we have here is within this landscape, we have about a swath within this region of Farmington of about 58 acres of this Occam fine sandy loam. How that's presented on the site are these three patches or three lobes that still remain amidst this sort of manipulated and modified landscape. And these are the areas where we see those alluvial parent materials. When we came through and presented to you in our first acceptance meeting, I made the case that because of the fact that these alluvial areas are relic, they are not located in an active floodplain. They do not, routinely supported by flood flows, nor do they present in any form or fashion as a wetland ecosystem in their vegetation of soils and hydrology from a federal perspective, putting the Connecticut definition aside for a moment. And then in addition, because we have these modifications, real infrastructure modifications as a result of the railroad bridge, as well as modifications to the channel that absolutely prevents the restoration of that portion of the site as a floodplain area. I made the case that those areas should not be regulated as inland wetland soils because the functionality is not there, and also the potential for restoration is not there. Since that time, in kind of thinking this through, looking a little bit more fine-tuned at some of the regulations and listening to your feedback at that first meeting, I think that what we've decided, or what the best kind of strategy for thinking this application, or presiding from your perspective on this application, you as the agency, as the commission, as though these areas are not, they're not functionally wetland, they don't demonstrate potential for wetland restoration, because there is no functionality and there's no potential for impact to wetland function on the site. These areas are regulated under your regulations, and we'd like it fits the criteria for decision, affirmative decision, in terms of no impact. And so I'd like to kind of modify the position as to non-regulated and look for approval for the activities within those locations. And I think that I can discuss this a little bit more with you, but I think that that's actually how the application was presented originally, with the data table and the state wetlands on the front page and the 5 acres of land disturbance. And that's where we are with you on that this evening. So what I'd like to recap, we have a primary wetland system of high value and high function along the Farmington River. And then we have our relic alluvial soils. Within this landscape, we've also took a great deal of time to go through the property and map the ecosystems, the ecological communities on the property. I think we can go to the next slide, please, Shannon. And what we have here is just sort of, we've looked at both the upland and the wetland communities on the property. Again, our functional wetland areas are located on the river proper. They're comprised of 3 wetland communities: a palustrin scrub shrub, a floodplain emergent wetland, and a floodplain forested wetland. We also have 6 upland communities on the property. And again, these alluvial areas are located, these relic alluvials are located in this upland environment because from an ecological functionality, ecological contribution, these areas are upland oak forest and dominated by FAC up and upland vegetative communities. Within I think that we should actually switch to the next slide, because we're going to get into kind of how we like to look at the property. So again, the purpose, or the layout of the site, is really to maintain the high quality, high functionality of the Farmington River corridor. And in doing so, we are able to present a site development plan that allows for robust stormwater management and complete sedimentation and erosion control to minimize and avoid impacts from both a short-term and long-term perspective. And you can see pretty well illustrated on this map, the intent is to create a green belt along the Farmington River, concentrate our work areas in the northern portion of the site, and include all of the modifications for stormwater management as a result to increased impervious, but then allow for this greenscape that will not only benefit the function of the Farmington River with invasive removal, but it will also, with the inclusion of this public access walkway and bike path, allow for a great contribution and a great increased value, societal value of the site related to wetlands in terms of the visual public access. We're inviting the public to the site, inviting them to experience visually the Farmington River, and develop further their maybe further their existing relationship, and maybe develop a new relationship with this wonderful resource. And that is a real really important attribute of the project, and it's really something that we're really proud of and have put a lot of time and thought into it. By experiencing the value of the Farmington, we enhance our community relationship with these water resources, and we all become collective stewards for management and long-term protection of these really valuable areas. And that's a really key component of our site plan this evening. In addition to that, from a beneficial point of view, we do have the opportunity to address some of these long-term persistent issues as it relates to non-native vegetation. Again, we've had a lot of manipulation of the property through the years, and as we walk through, as we evidence in our site walks, we have, Asiatic bittersweet cloaking, canopy trees. We have stands of Japanese knotweed. We have a lot of persistent heavy hitters in the invasive realm that we're able to address and remove. And by really focusing forensically along the riparian corridor, we can not only benefit the site, but we can remove a seed source for areas downstream. And that's a really important initiative. And the other part of that is that's a big project. That's a big undertaking to actually tackle that and to maintain the effort, maintain the fight in that effort, because these are some of the heavier hitters out there. Japanese knotweed specifically is a really tough one. But I think we have a lot of good ideas, and we understand that we're not going to be looking at the use of herbicides, but we, in addition to these test plots that Phil had laid out, we have some opportunities to perhaps look at some plastic. We could maybe do some plastic sheeting in certain areas because we're going to have a longer time frame for construction. And we have a real opportunity to maybe contribute to some of the management techniques as it relates to non-herbicide regimens with this property. And I know that we have a lot of engaged participants in this effort, and a very committed landowner and property manager that is going to see this through. The importance of native species in these environments cannot be understated. There's a little bit of fatigue as it becomes to, as we think about non-native species, because they are so persistent and so prevalent. When we look at the role of native species and their importance in maintaining the food web as it relates to specifically insects and birds, we have a kind of, again, a community obligation to tackle these where we can. And this is a great opportunity with this particular site, with the magnitude of the work, with the creation of the green space along the river. We have a great optimism for success there. As it relates to, so you can see that I'd like to touch just really briefly on the primary work areas within your 150-foot upland review to the Farmington River itself. Again, we've really tried to minimize the activities within that area. We have just corners of some buildings, primarily stormwater management, and again, the multi-use trail. I think that I'd like to talk about also just very briefly, and I'm going to summarize overall in a minute. But there's been a lot of time and a lot of consideration of the property over these number of years. We went through some preliminary zoning to change the zone, created a master plan. But what we're looking at is a project where we've exhausted feasible and prudent alternatives. There are no feasible and prudent alternatives that would avoid impact to these relic alluvial soils. Again, these areas are upland areas. These are non-hydric areas. These areas do not provide any wetland functionality and should not be considered as wetland environments, with the exception of the fact that the letter of the Connecticut regulation does spell out alluvial parent material as a consideration. But again, from a professional standpoint, from a functional practitioner, and from a geologist, geomorphologist, the fact that there's absolutely no floodplain interaction with these areas really does completely eliminate its potential for function and contribution to the interests of the Connecticut Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act. But again, on paper, this is where we are. So no feasible and prudent alternatives. And so overall, just in summary, the project will not adversely affect any wetland functionality on the site. We're able to incorporate or maintain a robust wetland ecosystem by avoiding any impact to our federal wetland and Farmington River riparian area. We're able to enhance the value of this system by including this public access trail through the area, 1,800 linear feet, providing important connections to town space, town land to the west, as well as your commercial areas to the east. We have a comprehensive invasive species management plan that again enhance the ecological attributes of the Farmington River Greenbelt. This relic wetland disturbance of the relic alluvial wetland disturbance will not degrade any wetland functionality on the property. And overall, the plan has been well considered, well thought out, and presented in that effort. So I really appreciate your time and your thoughts in helping us through this process, and also in your time on the site walk. I think that was very informative to get a sense of the actual kind of scale of the site and how it sits on the landscape. We had some pretty intense rain events prior to both walks, so that was also good to see the site response to that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that our Attorney Pearson is going to have a quick summary, and then we'll be able to address any other issues that you have. Thank you so much.
Attorney Pearson, I actually was going to give a summary, but I thought Megan concluded by doing that very well for the record. I don't have a lot more to add at this point. Obviously, we'd like to reserve the ability to respond to any comments that are made. And I know you must have questions for the application team. I just would like to say that we certainly think this has been a really well thought out, well-researched, well-documented application, which has definitely benefited from the input of both town staff, but also, as Tom Daly described for you, the Connecticut Water Company. We really do believe that this is a plan that is extremely sensitive to the environmental aspects of the site, particularly with regard to any impacts to the Farmington River. And we were also very pleased to be able to make the bike path connection and the permitting for the town side in order to be able to build out that connection in the future, part of this application review before the commission. So with that, if we'd be ready for any questions or comments from the public. Thank you.
You can take your mask off if you want, Mr. Chair. That's it.
So with that, Rich, we'll start with.
Right into the mic, because the microphone in front of you is what's picking up. Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, there's lots of rules in here. Sorry.
I should have stayed home.
You can next month.
But it was better to be here technically. So, Rich, we'll start with you. You have any questions, comments?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Dave?
I'm muted. Yeah, I just had not really a question, just kind of an observation. I know we had a big change from the first presentation in how we're looking at that alluvial soil. And I thought in order to build up the record here, might want to see a narrative written down of what we just heard. The fact that it is considered a regulated area, but it has no wetland functions and values. Because if we're going to allow a permit to fill, 5+ acres of wetland, I think we need to have a real clear explanation as to why that's happened, probably in writing as opposed to orally. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Robert?
Yeah, I'll build off of Commissioner Fox's comment. The relic alluvial soils present a little bit of a challenge for us. As Megan Raymond said, on paper, they're a wetland. I think the interaction between town staff and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection clarified that we do have regulatory jurisdiction. But from a functionality standpoint, I don't think that the relic alluvial area is of concern. And I would agree with the comments by Megan Raymond. There would be no other feasible alternative, feasible or prudent alternative to developing the site and avoiding those areas. So I think that's something that I can come to grips with the application overall. I think from a wetlands perspective, this project probably strikes that balance that we often don't see with the need to protect wetlands and the ability to enjoy the resource. So I think there has been good upfront efforts to plan, recognizing the floodplain area, the wetland proper area, and the buffer area. I will ask the project team if there are alternatives to potentially reconfiguring or moving buildings 5, 6, and 8 to see if the area in the wetland buffer area could be reduced or minimized. Recognizing it's a buffer area and the commission has routinely authorized and allowed construction in the buffer area. But if there is the ability to reconfigure to create a greater separating distance, that would be preferred. A question that I have, or I think it was Phil who made, and actually Megan touched on this as well. There was quite a bit of discussion about the invasive plant removal effort, which is great for the project. I heard that there was not going to be herbicides or chemicals used. It would be physical removal. The invasive species would be dried, but it's unclear what disposal method would be used for the invasive species. So maybe if either Phil or Megan could address that. And then another question I have, and I think this was for Phil, with the dock area. And again, I think this strikes the balance between protecting the wetlands and allowing for use and enjoyment of the resource. We discussed on the site walk that creating a formal docking area will probably minimize other intrusion to the bank of the Farmington River, but it's unclear to me as to who would install and remove the dock and what is needed to, I think Phil said, the anchors are hands spun into the base of the river. So that ends my comments and questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Shannon, do we want to try to answer those for Robert while they're still fresh in people's minds?
Do you want to address those questions now, or you want to hear everything from the commission?
Okay. All right, thank you. Mark, you're next.
I do have a question also for Megan, and she alluded to when she showed the pictures over the years what has happened to this site. Bringing up the alluvial soils, what you mentioned multiple things have done to this site over the years. Which action that people did man-made caused the alluvial soils to be affected, or the water flow that kept them, I guess, working? What action did what was the action that you believe caused them to be non-functioning? What cut off their water source? I don't know if she can answer now or she can answer later.
Go ahead, Megan. That's fine. Yeah, we got to be a little fluid with this.
Yeah.
Hello, Megan Raymond for the record. So the primary severance was the railroad bridge. That was, yeah, that was the primary infrastructure that resulted in that massive drop in BFE over a very short distance. And then subsequent to that, or in addition to that, compounding that was just the topography, the berms and the mounds of fill material that exist along the river frontage itself. But the primary influencer and the primary piece of structure that limits future alluvial processes is the bridge.
Okay. The only thing else I want to say is I'm not as concerned about the soils, the question that we're talking about. I'm more concerned about and you've already taken, I think on the map you guys have said, you're not going to disturb the area behind building number 5 and building 6, which moves along the bike trail. You're going to keep that area wooded. You're not going to clear out the woods. You're going to keep it, the canopy intact. And the reason I'm concerned, there's a little bit of a water source, a little water pond back there. I am sure that that's within the wetlands area. I am sure that's being utilized by amphibians. It's probably a home for a lot of things. And the canopy will be a very beneficial thing for them, to help them to exist and going forward. So if I look at it as on this site, that little water pond, you can see it marked on the map. That there, to me, is probably the most crucial area I like to see protected, because I believe that is obviously a functioning wetlands environment, and I want to continue to see that happen in the future. So anything we can do to protect that by minimizing the removal of trees, and I think you said you're not, that is the key part of this whole project to me, making sure that stays functioning. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Ned?
I don't know who this question goes to, but and why was the construction of the bike ramp to the Little League field separated out of this project? I don't know if that's to Shannon or to.
I don't understand the question. It's showing on the plan.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I'm confused. I'm hearing talk where it'll be done at a future date or.
Correct. So we've asked the applicant as part of the regulation, it's asking to make the connection to the trail. Given the method in which they've proposed to make that connection by dropping, and they will have the excavated material, we ask, and they're permitting now anyhow, we ask them to permit this portion for the spur into the fields, but the town will be responsible for the final construction of that connection.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's being permitted now, but they're not responsible for construction. We'll have some ancillary benefit with obviously the earth removal, but the formulation will be for the town.
Okay. Maybe a question for Tom. The current Route 4 drainage from the roadway, is any of that being drained onto this property? And how is it being addressed, if it is?
For the record, Tom Daly, yes, Route 4 drainage, there is no formal drainage system in Route 4. If you go down, a lot of it's not curbed and it just sheet flows into there. The way we've designed this project is by putting both, there's a vegetated buffer that's going to remain along Route 4. And then we also have our stormwater basins along Route 4, and we pulled the buildings back. So that drainage system will continue to remain. We are proposing some catch basins at the existing driveway, and that will actually be discharging into our stormwater basins.
Okay.
But it's, as you know, you go down there, it's pretty flat gradient. There's not, you won't see a lot of catch basins. It just sheet flows off. And that's a similar condition that happened in front of the senior living. We just kind of let it go off and infiltrate into the sand.
Okay.
Yep.
In regards to the construction schedule for the project, we have the 8 buildings and then the center building. Are those all going to be constructed at the same time, or is there like a staggering schedule to have less construction work going on at any given time?
It's going to be more of a rolling phase. So we believe strongly that the infrastructure, especially just that 30-inch sewer line that we have to deal with and reconstruct, and the earthwork overall, we are proposing that we do basically mass earthwork as a whole and do the infrastructure as a whole. But we had a meeting with town staff, and we will be developing a program but as soon as we do that, we're going to button up the site. So the buildings will be built somewhat as a time. You'll get a foundation crew. Once they're done, the framing crew comes on, that foundation crew moves on to the next building, and it's more of a rolling phase. But we're looking to do mass earthwork, get done with it as quick as we could, and basically either hydro seed or cover all the area so it's stabilized during construction. And those basins would also all be put in at that same time. So we made a commitment. I think you'll see that Bruce Sear, one of his comments was we were looking for you to do a phasing program on this. And what part of that program, we will be showing how we'll basically clean up behind ourselves and button up the site as we go.
Okay. That's all I had.
But it will not be that formal phasing where we're going to build 2 buildings and nothing else. And then once, grass is growing, we move on to, that's just not how these typically are being built.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jay?
I don't have any questions at this time. I was thinking about a couple of things, but they got covered by other commissioners, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I do have some questions. Tom, you had talked about the Connecticut water letter and a number of the things that you had actually commented about. I mean, I actually had them highlighted because some of the comments were like, notes limiting the use of sodium chloride should be included on the plan. Same thing dealing with the integrated pest management. What I don't know is whether or not those things have been included on the plans or whether you intend to put them on the plans.
The letter just came in, so
Yeah.
it's our intention to do that. We have no objection to the commission basically acknowledging this letter in their decision, and we will, yes, to the chair, we will be incorporating these into the plans. And some of the questions are operational. I'm not an operational person, so we have to kind of talk to some of the operation, like the de-icing, but I'm not familiar about all the things that can be used. But yes, clearly we're committed to making those as part of our plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One of the questions that was raised at the site walk had to do with the spoils that are left on site. Because my understanding is people still weren't totally sure how those materials might be used on site. And I raised the issue primarily because of a situation I'm familiar with Eversource, where they brought in some clean soil, thought everything was great, and the soil was filled with invasive plant seeds, things of that nature, and they ended up having a bit of a nightmare. So I'm curious as to what you're proposing to do with the spoils that are on site, or if you do have to bring in additional soil, how will you make sure that it is clean?
The on-site material, the spoil piles that we walked past where there was a tree down along that eastern third of the bike path. We, when Tom described the on-site activities of soil testing, we actually tested that pile, and we think that's mostly topsoil that came off other areas of the site that had been disturbed. And there's the multiflora rose in that area. There's also a good deal of the Oriental bittersweet. So in that particular area, we're going to follow the plan that we're putting together, that where we would be trying to sift out those plants, and then following the recommendations from the state of Connecticut, dry them probably on plastic or in containers and remove that material from the property. We've had a debate about whether we bury that material deep after it's been dried, or whether we take it off. In our recent discussion here in this room with a staff meeting with the town staff, they had been suggesting that perhaps we take that material off-site. I think that's the process that's been used on plant 17, and it seems to have worked. Now, in terms of importing the soil, right now our cut and fill balance looks like we are pretty close to our cut and fill balance. We know we're going to be taking material from the railroad embankment. So as we take the material from that railroad embankment, my cut and fill analysis of it is that we've got about 10,000 yards of cut on the railroad. We'll be setting 2,000 yards of that aside for the town to use for the building of the trail on the town property. And we'll have to take a look at that material and see what we see if there is invasive in there, and we will have to go through the pulling of that material out. And I think that will be sufficient for that. I don't know about other material coming on the property. I think we're going to have enough topsoil coming out of the spoil pile to be able to re-topsoil the property to a 6-inch depth. But that's part of the maintenance program we're going to have to work with.
Okay, no,
I
thank you.
don't know if that fully answers your question.
It helps.
Yeah.
Because again, it was something that was discussed, and I'm just curious as to whether or not any decisions had been made. But some of the next questions I have, seeing as how your signature is on the document, the town staff had prepared a number of comments, general notes, and the company had responded. And I'd just like to get a clarification on some of the responses. So for example, in the use and parking table, number D is review feasibility of deferring some parking areas or utilizing reinforced turf areas to accommodate parking. Deferred parking areas would only need to be constructed at some point in the future should they become required. And the response was the developer has declined. They've declined what?
Yeah, I love writing responses like that. You can imagine. As the zoning reg was written, the requirement for parking on this piece of property, the minimum requirement for parking is 1.25 spaces per unit. I know at this point, the development group, the management group, feels uncomfortable with the 1.25 parking spaces per unit. That's why I wrote that, because as town staff has diligently asked on a number of occasions, can't you possibly defer some parking? Are you overbuilding the parking? Because that has consequences, as we all know, downstream with stormwater runoff and the like. But when you look at ITE data, Institute of Traffic Engineer parking studies, parking data, you see a range in suburban locations for apartments like this running anywhere between 1 parking space per unit and 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So the developers at this point are a little bit nervous about agreeing to deferring some of the parking, perhaps building some of the parking as porous pavement or other avenues like that might be possible. But I don't have the ability to agree to a deferral at this point.
I was just trying to get
I understand, and
clarification
it's a good question. It's a very good question. It's one of those balances
Yeah.
between what do you need for the property.
So the next question I have is regarding the grading plans. It's 6C. You're talking about the sidewalk, or so the town was talking about sidewalk in this area is lower than Farmington Avenue in many places. I did not understand your response where curbs will be maintained along those areas of Farmington Avenue where they presently exist. Curbs are not proposed in locations where curbing does not exist today. So I'm trying to.
And that gets to Tom's, it's an integrated answer. The question that was just asked a few minutes ago, and where Tom Daly was talking about the flatness of the road. Unfortunately, we have a road that, it's DOT road. It was built relatively flat. The longitudinal grade down that road is less than 1%. So the road is sheet flow. And there are curbs that exist against parcel A, where where the McCallum building is. There are curbs that exist along the frontage of parcel B, where we're right there, where we're proposing a small commercial building in the future to replace the apartments that exist. Those curbs will be maintained as drainage in there that exists down near the project McCallum buildings. And we will be adding, as Tom indicated, we'll be adding a catch basin to the driveway entrance near parcel B. But in those areas, primarily in the center of the site, where there's the natural drainage into the low areas of our property, we're going to let that continue to flow. We're not going to try to interrupt that. And we'll let the water flow across the grass and flow down into the low areas.
And that's assuming DOT doesn't tell you to build the curbing.
Oh, DOT it could ask for anything. Yes, that's correct. And they could throw that idea straight out the window. And
so 20. Question I had is dealing with the sediment erosion control plan number 27. States include site details for various proposed improvements such as trail, parking lot, curbing, and sidewalks. And the response there was details for site improvements will be provided in the plan set submitted to planning and zoning. But then I think there's also, well, actually, that was not clarified any further on the responses that SLR provided. So I guess what I'm curious about there is some of the areas like the bike trail, things of that nature, those do fall within the wetland area, correct?
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. So some of the bike trail, some of that area does fall within the upland review area, correct? I mean, I think
Correct.
most of the trail does.
Correct.
So I would think that it would be important for us at least to see some kind of details. I'm not sure if we have them as it relates to the bike trail, simply because that is an area that we would be reviewing, and it's not so much planning and zoning.
For erosion control purposes?
Well, for the bike trail, things of that nature. I mean, that's how I'm reading the response for number 27. It says the response, details for site improvements will be provided in the plan set submitted for site plan to TPZ. But there are some areas that fall within our jurisdiction. So I'm just trying to make sure that we get to see those activities that fall within our jurisdiction.
There were some, I'll let Tom jump in here if he'd like. There are questions that when the town engineer put together that memo, he indicated that some of these questions pertain to inland wetlands. Some of the questions pertain to planning and zoning. In a normal situation, there are a series of detail sheets that would show our pavement cross sections, whether it's a foot of pavement, bituminous, and 6 inches or 4 inches of bituminate and 6 inches of bank run gravel. Similarly, the bike path, whether it's 4 inches or 2-inch layers, something like that. That's what we were referring to there, that those standard construction details for the thickness of the pavement, curbing, that type of thing would be, the details would be shown for planning and zoning. That's the common way we would do it.
Okay. Tom, you had something that you wanted to add?
In terms of erosion control, I believe town staff was looking for us to put some clarifications, like we had a straw wattle detail, but I guess they come in different dimensions.
Yep.
We're committed to making a 9-inch dimension. So we have the details. I believe town staff was just looking for us to put a couple more notes, at least on the erosion control. We do have all the erosion controls associated with the trail. They're there. So I don't think we were missing any details as much. They were looking for a little more clarification on it.
Okay, no, thank you. But while you're there, kind comment number 30 talks about detention basin volume calculations for detention basin 130, I guess. I'm not sure about the response. You say the grading of detention basin will be slightly modified to prevent this condition. I mean, it talks about, I guess, water not encroaching onto the adjoining property. But what exactly do you mean by might be slightly modified?
So under that basin, I think Shannon, I think it's the one on the far right, as I recall.
Yeah, they had it down as
Below
number
the-
130.
Yeah, right there. There you go. So the basin was designed that if you looked at the contours and the 100-year water event, it would potentially pond over the property line. All we're going to do is make the basin about 2 feet deeper and pull that maximum water surface out. So the overall basin's really not going to change. It'd just be a little deeper. So the 100-year water surface elevation does not go out over the property line.
Okay, now thank you
Yep,
for the
thank you.
clarification. And the last question I have goes back to what Mark had initially talked about, and I have a question about that little pond area that's on the site. Because one of the things that I'm just wondering is it looked as though it hasn't really been taken care of in quite some time. I'm just curious as to whether or not that's something that the applicant can do something with to maybe make that a more viable environment for whatever.
Hello, Megan Raymond. Yes, that is a accurate observation that the pond hasn't been really managed much over the years. It looks pretty deep. There's no rooted vegetation that's coming through, but there's a lot of duckweed on the surface, certainly this time of year. It's in sort of a bowl that's surrounded by Japanese knotweed. So we're going to be getting in there and removing the knotweed. So I think that what we'd like to do, and I guess we'd have to work through staff as to how specific you'd like any restoration effort to be from your vantage. But certainly the knotweed that's surrounding the perimeter of the pond is going to be removed in favor of native woody plants. I don't think that we're going to get into doing, littoral shelves and those types of things. I think it would be just start with that first flush of vegetative overhaul, and then we can kind of get a better look at it over time in kind of context with the other surrounding areas after restoration, and see if there's more interventions that require them. We kind of maybe circle around with you at that point. But it's definitely a focus of the invasive species removal, and by that vein, it's going to certainly benefit.
Okay, thank you.
I
Yes,
have
either way.
I have one question I forgot. We talked about having areas with no disturbance and the areas right adjacent to the river. But at the site walk, we were talking about removing invasive plants in those areas. So that's still included in the areas where you're talking about no disturbance? We're still going to do some invasive removal?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
What I was going to ask is there were a couple of questions that were raised, I think, by Dave and Robert, and seeing as how they started answering questions
Oh, sure,
with Mark.
correct. So
Do we
Mark,
want to just quickly touch upon those and then we'll open it up to the public?
We did take them at the end and we changed through. So
we did change
I think
gears.
one of the questions, and I'll bring Phil up for it, but I had was, who's going to maintain the dock? And I believe it's the applicant who's going to maintain that dock. It'll be our responsibility end of the year, or if there's a significant storm event, we'll have to deal with that. They are hand augered. These are kind of low impact docks. There'll be nothing driven permanently. So it'll able to be quickly moved out and it's fairly lightweight. So it'll be owned by, basically maintained by the applicant to take that out. And then I think Phil might have to answer the other two. But we talked in terms of disposal of the invasive species. Shannon said there's been on the other project you're working on, there's been some guidance there. Potentially it gets taken off as almost refuse, right? And taken to maybe to the trash to energy plant. We will have to sensitively look at how we're going to take it off site, but the intent was to take it off site. And we'll work with town staff to make sure it's going to a good location. But that logistics, we're not there, but we have no objection to making as a condition of approval that we have to work with town staff and notify them where that material is going. And I think there was one other question about what is our ability to relocate buildings 5, 6, and 8 farther out of the upland review. I would like to think then, Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, I think if you go back to the original master plan versus where we are today, there has been a overall shift away from the river. One element that I would consider is that large 30-inch sewer line that's going through this site really limits and basically aligns the project in a way that it is what it is. So my belief is we as a design team have worked really hard to get those buildings as much away from the wetland resources as possible. But I don't see a lot of opportunity to make that other adjustment considering the sanitary sewer line that we're trying to route through the site and some of the other elements.
Yeah. Robert, does that answer your question?
Mr. Chairman, yes. And Tom, thanks. You got the answer on the invasive species. That obviously, defeats the purpose if they end up in a compost pile and they get recirculated back into the environment. So thanks for the answers on those comments.
Okay, thank you. And I think Sharon has learned a lot from the other project just down the river. So we're going to really leverage the town's experience on that project and kind of bring it over to here. Thank you.
So I think at this point in time, Megan, you had something you wanted to add?
Apologies, Mr. Chair, just one quick thing. I just wanted to follow up on one item that Commissioner Fox brought up about the documentation of the modified interpretation of the relic alluvial as it relates to your regulations and something in writing. And I do have with me this evening just a functions and values table that describes exactly what I just spoke to, that I'm happy to submit for the record this evening, if that would be helpful. But it's exactly the content of my verbal testimony, but it is in writing if that would be beneficial. Yes.
On that functions chart, does that go through and list all of the functions of a wetland that should be considered in doing an analysis?
That's correct. Yes, it's the same. It's the functions and values that's in the wetland impact assessment. It goes through the contribution to groundwater recharge, discharge, flood flow alteration, fish, shellfish habitat, sediment, toxicant retention, nutrient removal, retention, transformation, production, export, sediment, shoreline watercourse, bank stabilization, wildlife habitat, and then the values, recreation, education, and scientific value, uniqueness, heritage, visual quality, and aesthetics, as well as endangered species.
And could you hold that up so that public and audience is zooming in and see what it looks like? And can you tell me what you said with regard to every single one of those functions and whether they are available in those relic alluvial soils?
Right. The ability for these relic alluvial soils to contribute to recognize wetlands and functions and values is not it is not available due to the nature of these areas as disconnected from a floodplain, not active alluvial, their composition in an upland environment, upland ecological community. There's no ability for these areas to function in a capacity as it relates to recognized wetlands functions and values. So as a result, each of those lines or rows in this column of the 8 functions and 5 values is identified as a no.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Ms. Raymond, is that document part of your original function and value assessment that was submitted with the application, or is this an updated?
This is yes, it is not, it is not
updated.
There was a functions values table that was submitted in the original, and that was specific to the Farmington River wetlands.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Certainly. Okay. Thank you. And I'll take an electronic tomorrow, please. Thank you.
We will now start with anybody that wants to speak on the public. Again, I please ask you to give your name, address, and please spell your last name just so we can get it straight for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lenny Baldino. I live at 5 Wawassa Lane in Farmington, spelled Baldino. I enjoyed the presentation, very sound, very professional. Thank you very much. I have no objection to it per se. I just have a question relating to it. You've called the area in question midpoint, but I only see the town property to the west. Is there anything east of the midpoint, or are you just calling it a midpoint? And is anything happening more east? Why did it get called midpoint, do you know? Okay, I can ask the chair. How did midpoint come about for the name of this if it appears
And will that?
not
I
to
will-
be
I
a
will
midpoint?
defer to the
Okay, so
applicant to explain
Mr.
that.
Chair, this is, it was part of the POCD. So this area was designated as a midpoint development area as part of the 2018 POCD. And as part of that document, it called out the opportunity to create a midpoint development floating zone. And that's the genesis of this, the 2018 POCD.
Okay, so is it
It's
safe to
roughly
then?
midpoint between Unionville and Farmington.
Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if the old Connecticut Sand and Stone next door was somehow a phase of this in the future or not, because it would be on the other side making this the midpoint. So excuse me for asking that.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I appreciate it. Most of my, the other thing I have to also add is if you are going to, I don't have much interest in, I'm sorry, the honeysuckle or the runoff and things like that. And I can appreciate your zeal in that arena. However, what I'm here for today is more for the town to address some issues that I have. And it is not about the development per se, it's about after the fact and after it's built. So one of the easy questions is there any plans from the town to widen any roadways as a result of any of this? Am I going to lose any frontage? Are people going to lose part of their backyards or any part of their property as a result of this?
There are no plans to do any work within the ball field area other than making the connection from the trail to the parking lot of the ball fields. There is no other expansion work that is planned as part of this. That's the only part is that, and that's the only reason that notification was sent, is because that town property is so big, as
Okay.
you are very well aware.
Yeah.
And by state law, any work on that property then encompasses, we have to include the whole property.
I understand the proposal, it needed to be included. That was very clear.
Notification for that whole 200 feet, and there is nothing else proposed.
Okay,
except-
has the town taken any steps on their end to rough draft where the bike path might be going then? Because it appears it comes out midway between the river and the roadway. And that is near to the car wash, not nearer to the river. So the bike trail will then be kind of halfway between the town property. And my understanding is it's got to make its way back towards the river to get up Sequanson. So has any plans by the town been made to pick up where these fine people are proposing to give us a tab for the roadway or access to the roadway from either side, as I understand it? And has anything gone beyond that on the town side?
I'm not aware of anything other than this is an opportunity to possibly get an access point.
It's
along
providing,
Farmington Avenue.
right, an at-grade access for, on the west side of the canal trail. So it's our first opportunity, and then the opportunity would proceed. No, there are no formal plans, there are no formal connections.
So while there will be access at that point, there's nothing in the works right now to continue it anywhere further west at this point.
There's no formal, I think there's some sidewalk connections that are available up on Farmington Avenue. So the idea would be for, once you get to the park, you can pop up onto the sidewalk network up on Farmington Avenue.
Understood. So the town side is going to remain relatively unscathed throughout this whole process.
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. Now, what I'm about to say is not going to sit well with some or many of you, but I have to say it, and I will apologize in advance. My concern mostly is that we spent close to 4 years on Route 4 with the traffic situation that we had several years ago. And it seems to me, in my opinion, that work that was done was a positive net outcome. And I want to thank the town and the planners and the workers for their due diligence, because the traffic was indeed an issue for several years, and it did improve somewhat, more so outgoing traffic than inbound traffic. But the net benefit was positive, however small or major you want to determine it to be. But my question now is, if we went through all that effort and time and money to alleviate traffic, it seemed odd to me why the first knee-jerk reaction, it seems a short time after, is to introduce a development that would negate any positive that we may have gained with our road work. So has anybody in the town addressed the additional traffic that is going to offset what we just spent years and money to fix?
As far as I know, it's a DOT issue.
It's a DOT issue.
Farmington Avenue, Route 4 is a state road.
Okay. If that is the case, then does the state or federal agencies have any say in this development?
Yeah,
And-
so there'll be so the developer has permitted with TPZ, and they did that in December, received.
No, excuse me, let me interrupt. I don't want to get too far off base here. My focus is that it's my contention that this development will add a number of vehicles onto a choke point that we just tried to fix.
Trying
And,
to answer your question.
okay. Now,
Do you want an answer or no?
no, let's call it a rhetorical question for the time being then.
Certainly.
Uh,
As it might be at your interest to note that this board has no purview over traffic whatsoever. So they're here this evening solely to evaluate the wetland and watercourse impacts for this development. Town plan and zoning is the governing body that addresses traffic-related items. So this commission cannot address any of your questions with respect to traffic.
Okay. Well, I was wondering what then would the driving force be for this development to occur? Has the state or federal have any influence in how this this development is to be finalized? And when I say that, it's because in the past, let me just quick, I'll be brief. About 40 years ago, I live on Wawassa Lane, and the property next to me, which my good friend now lives, was vacant. It was a flood zone and unbuildable, and my father wanted to buy the property, and he went to the town hall more than once. Sorry, sir, it's not for sale. It's in a flood zone. We can't sell it, and nothing will ever be built on it. And here we are. Now, some program came about, and I don't know if any of you are around to remember it, but there was, I believe, 6 properties across the town that were allocated for low-income housing, and this unbuildable floodplain property magically became relevant now. So basically, that piece, my father wanted to purchase so that if ever it was buildable, that I would have a parcel to build a home on. Well, he's since passed away. I have my home, and that property now belongs to my neighbor. So I've kind of have a jaded opinion of the town's dealings, and it's along those lines that I have to comment that everybody knows that Connecticut is a blue state, and I'm thinking we're going to be part of some kind of outreach project again. And is it one where we provide homes to inner city families that we can become the city of Farmington instead of the town of Farmington? Or will it be part of some newly orchestrated program where we house possibly homeless refugees from around the globe? Is there anything that the town can tell us that will guarantee that the inhabitants of this development will not be a safety factor?
I'm really not going to go there. All I'm going to say is that this is the Wetlands Commission, and all we're looking at is how this application impacts the wetlands.
Okay, well, I heard, I hope it was neither of these, but I just heard today that in fact, one of those is the case, and they are looking to house inner city families, perhaps, legal families, perhaps. I don't know. But it is very concerning to me because I'm the one that goes out there every day. I'm out there picking up trash, I'm picking up litter. I police the area because we have people that come from out of state to enjoy our area, and they unfortunately are not as clean and neighborly as we are, but we have to deal with that. And
comments associated with the wetlands, which is what we're here for.
yeah, it has to do with the development in the long term. So, as a highly decorated and disabled veteran and someone with a triple-digit IQ, it's clear to me that I can see we're having a national security problem here in the country. The threat that you see is not the fat white guy you see at the podium. It's at our borders. And if
But what does that have to do with the wetlands?
so, whether you acknowledge it, ignore it, or object to it, or welcome it, it was my sworn duty to protect us against enemies, both foreign and domestic. I pray that I'm wrong, but if I'm right, just remember where you heard it first. That's all I'm asking. And for years, I've enjoyed the property in this town, and I do not want to see it turn ugly. And it can get ugly if we're not careful. Thank you.
Next person. Again, please state your name and address and spell your last name for us. Thank you.
My name is Joe Fiorello, spell F as in Frank, Iorello. I live at 21 Sequatson Road, which is just adjacent. And first of all, thank you very much. I stopped by Town Hall today, got a lot of information, understood that it's not necessarily directly on our road, that it's on the other side of, that the development's on the other side of the midpoint.
We have good staff here.
On the other side. If you can bring up though the slide, the color slide that showed the pond.
Certainly.
I think that's pretty close to the one that we're looking at. Thank you.
Let me, I'm gonna go down one more because
It was on that one.
yeah, I want to get to the current plan though. That was the
Okay.
master plan. So just so we're all we're on the correct page. So this is the current plan.
again, so I think we recognize development's always going to happen. Folks own property, folks want to develop property and so forth. The big concerns that I feel like we've heard today is, and correct me where I'm wrong, but it did sound like this is a wetland. By the Connecticut state rule, this is a wetland. And the developers want to bring forth somebody to say, well, it doesn't meet their definition of wetland, but as far as I heard today, and that's a Connecticut wetland, and it should not be developed. Secondly, I think what we heard today was that there's no other options here, that there is a sewer line running through the middle, and therefore they have to develop in this format. And that format not only throws out the fact that Connecticut has said that this is a wetland and shouldn't be developed, but also brings them below a line of demarcation that says it absolutely shouldn't be developed. So why we are going to provide this, I forget the term that is used, a variance or something along those lines, to what the rules are, I truly don't understand. Lastly, or a few other comments are, we want to develop a pool directly on Farmington's greatest resource. I mean, not to go way out there, but didn't a building just fall in Florida because of the use of a pool that rotted out the building? So who's going to tell me that that pool isn't eventually going to have seepage out into our rivers? Who's going to tell me that when a hurricane comes, that all the planning for all the water that drains off isn't eventually going to get into our rivers? This is too close, it is too big, and it is too broad, and it's pretty easy answer in my opinion, which is 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever they are. The pool, the gazebo, scrapped. It's gone. It has no place on our river. Absolutely none. I also believe that this only looks at the view and the benefit of the folks living there. It does not think about what it looks like from the river or from Tunxus. Okay? You spend any time on that river canoeing, rafting, fishing, spending time on our river, it is one of the most beautiful things in the world. I do not want to look at a condo. I do not want to look at a pool. And lastly, that bike trail, I honestly can't see who it serves other than the folks there. Okay? It just doesn't. We have a bike trail. It already connects to the Heritage Trail. We could get to, well outside of this state on that trail. It is unnecessary. It's unnecessary development of our greatest natural resource. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Again, please state your name, address, and spell your last name.
My name is Akshay Kumar, spelled Kumar. This is the slide that I want to focus on. My address is 6 Sequoia Road. So my neighbor eloquently put that, he goes out collecting rubbish every so often that's dumped by people who come and try to access the river on our road. You're opening up more of the river and constructing a bike path that's allowing more people to dump more rubbish potentially into the future. Also, I'm not sure what the scale on this plan is, but that pond looks awfully close on this map, and I could be completely wrong, and that's for you guys to tell me, but that pond looks awfully close to the bike path, and you're trying to conserve that pond and build an ecosystem, I'm assuming, of some sort. So how are you kind of policing that system that it occurs based on the fact that people tend to dump rubbish to come there? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tom Scanzillo, Scanzillo. My residence is at 1394 Farmington Avenue. I pick up trash every day. Thank you. I see car accidents quite often. A lot more traffic coming from this complex. We are going to destroy a beautiful piece of land in the town of Farmington, Connecticut, that all of us, that I believe, we want to keep Farmington as rural as possible. We don't want another Route 6. We don't want another Route 44. To me, this looks like Route Black Square with the waterfront. This is what I consider to be my front yard. Again, just like the gentleman that spoke before me, to view condominiums from the river, the added bicycle entrances, we're just ruining a beautiful piece of property. No one's mentioned the 55 flood, which is what really changed the contour of the river of Ox Island. Farmington, the flood of 55 is what took that. There are remains of the bridge on both sides. I'm well aware of the pond that's back there. I'm going to research when that was formed because I don't recall seeing that on maps before the 55 flood. That was most likely in short, I just want to say that being a resident of this beautiful town, the Valley, we live in a great area. I oppose this. It does not go through. Will there be a committee or a meeting or someplace where the residents can vote on this to say, no, I oppose this?
No.
No, it's private development. It's private property, privately owned, private development.
Okay, so is this going to go through?
I have no idea.
It is here before the Inland Wetlands Commission to be evaluated and voted on based on its merits for inland wetlands. And then it has to go to TPZ. And then it will have permitting with the state of Connecticut. Town Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yep. No, that's fine.
My house is in the flood zone, which is across the street from the gas station, which puts this all in the water. In the 55 flood, the water in my house was up to my knees, and went all the way up to the first stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
I'm Wendy Shortell. I live at 1407 Farmington Avenue, Shortell. I did have just a couple questions for the bike trail. I just wanted to know, would that, because I was reading through some of the literature before and they were saying all the amenities that are going to go into this big housing unit would be available to the residents. The residents of Farmington or the residents only of that private housing area. So it seems like it's going to be a nice little country club area for the people who live there and not going to benefit the citizens of Farmington in any manner. The bike path, I'm assuming from the way things are talking that it is going to be a public bike path that all the citizens of Farmington may use the bike path that's going to be proposed.
I would assume it's not limited to just Farmington residents, people using the bike.
Well, that's what I mean, anybody, but it's not going to be limited just to the people who are living in that 190 unit housing area.
The bike path is a public amenity.
And how are we to access it from the
trail?
From the trail.
That's why they're doing all the work to bring the trail down to create an app.
But we can't access it from the Little League field up to
it. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this, is that you would be able, so kids can access now the Little League field from the rails.
From the rails
without, so.
But if Farmington doesn't build their section of the bike trail for another 15 years, will we be able to access from the Little League field over to the west side, to the east side of the trail to get up to the?
Again, this is going to be dropped down by about 15 feet. So it's going to be a substantial change. And the intent is that we're fully intending that when and if the project moves ahead, because it's again in front of the commission, if the project's not approved, then there's no change to the trail. if the project is approved with the commissions, then, and the work commences, the intent is all the earthwork is being done, the town of Farmington intends to pave 200 or 300 feet of trail or 500 feet of trail in order
Okay.
to complete that connection.
Okay. When it was told that the people went walking through and prior to the big rain events that we had, so some people went walking through in August and then went walking through again in late September. But our big rain event happened somewhere around September 1st, September 2nd, where we had considerable flooding in that area, considerable flooding. Are there any maps that show how far the water went up into that western part, that eastern part where you're proposing the development? Because I know that from the trestle, the water was about 5 feet from cresting over the riverbank at the top. And considerable amount of that entire area was flooded. And this was like, what, 3 weeks ago? It was very high. So are there any maps showing how badly it flooded for Hurricane Ida?
So Mr. Doyle can also chime in, but the town of Farmington keeps track of the rainfall. We've had 25 inches of rain since July 1st, between July 1st and September 1st.
I realize that. I'm speaking of that one particular rain event where we had 2.5 inches of rain in about a half hour. And it was massive.
Would you like me to finish the response? There was 7 inches of rain with the Hurricane Ida storm. And about 4.5 inches of it came in a 6-hour time frame, which is almost a 100-year storm. And yes, when we walked on September 9th, there was evidence of where the floodwaters had been and then had subsequently receded. And they fairly closely approximate, I want to say the floodwater evidence came in pretty much where the wetland boundary is. I want to say it's in somewhere up in this area. Do I have that correct, Mr. Doyle?
I was out there with property owners the day of the flood.
Perfect.
Flood water came up right through here, and stayed in this zone through here. Is that a bike path?
That's just below the bike path.
That's below. And in here, there's a high berm. So it would have stayed, it would have been contained because there's a high berm in this area. So it was contained.
Okay. One last question. Would, at this time now, there are considerable numbers of anglers, of fishermen who access the river all up and down the river, and they have for probably hundreds of years. Is the public going to continue to have access to the riverbed along the river, or is it going to be blocked off for public access?
I mean, it's private property, you know?
It's private,
So people may have been allowed to go down there. I'm not aware of people
it's not
going there.
necessarily going to be allowed in perpetuity. So,
I mean, there are other areas close by. For example, you had mentioned the ball fields. That's town property. I know people go down there and fish all the time. But that's public property, whereas this is private.
I understand that. I know that like along oceans, there's like, the 6 feet to the edge of the surf is always public domain, and anybody can walk along there regardless of whether there's private property along the side of the ocean. Is there any public domain along the edge of the rivers?
No.
There's none?
No.
So private property can own right down to the end and say, mine, mine,
into the river.
you can't come here.
And
So essentially, we're going to lose access to the river when this development goes in. That entire, what was my backyard my entire life, will be off base. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to say something? Sure.
well, we also have people online too, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
Say one other thing. So I believe there are 74 people invited to this meeting. And it's because they are on basically the outskirts of the development. The property across the river, though, is, I believe, Tonkus Mead and public property, and it goes to what I was saying before, which is the unsightliness from the river.
Mhm.
And I really strongly suggest through this meeting that the entire public needs to be part of this conversation. It does not just affect the people who rim the property, because it is public property, which means it is all of our property that resides across the river and is actually within the 200 feet that we were all notified for. My second and last one is, and I think you've heard from a lot of folks, which is we're concerned about what happens when that floods and that there should be no development that close. What happens when that floods? We've heard about the 1955. We know we just had amazing recent storms. It didn't hit a 100-year point, but I'll share something which has been coming out. I think it was Time magazine that said, look, most 100-year charts about that our weather patterns have changed, and they're not really a very strong case for what we might see for weather in the future. And in fact, they said, had the Civil Corps of Engineers built at a 100-year standard when they rebuilt New Orleans, they would have been underwater again this year. And so I think we got to think a lot bigger with regards to what might happen with the development too close to the river. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go to the phones, is there anybody else? Okay, Shannon.
I'm just making a note, Mr. Chair. Give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Okay, we already have a hand raised. We are going to go to public comment for those that have called in to participate on this meeting. And so if you have called in and wish to speak or ask questions regarding the Midpoint Development Project, which has been discussed here this evening so far, please raise your hand and you will be acknowledged to address comments and questions to the chair and to the commission. And Mr. Bombara, you can unmute yourself and address the commission, please.
Thank you, Shannon. Hello, this is Jay Bombara, B-O-M-B-A-R-A. I live at 13 Mountain Road in Farmington. First, I do have to say I want to thank the experts, the engineers that have spoken tonight, as well as the commission members. Clearly, these are very well-informed, educated people, and I thought that the presentations were very helpful and clear. I, however, have to say, I think that you need to step back and take a look at the bigger picture here. In other words, you're all in the weeds of this particular development with this much density and saying, does it work for this? There are feasible and prudent alternatives, and that is to have much less development. And I think this commission has the authority, as it's been pointed out by another speaker, or really by both the experts as well as some of the commentators. This is a wetland. It's alluvial soils, and it is by definition a wetland. That empowers this commission to say, no, we're not going to approve this, that it's going to have a negative impact on the wetlands. And I would urge you to really think about that and use the power that you have. And one of the things to think about is this issue of the flood. I'm glad I heard it today. I know when the master concept, and again, I want to be clear, TPZ has not approved this plan. I think it was a little misleading. It is a little confusing now that the town adopted this concept of midpoint. But the reality is TPZ is going to have to address all of these issues. What's not clear to me is who, if anybody, is really looking at the flood issue. The last time there was a hearing, and that was before TPZ, I recall the expert for the applicant saying he'd never heard of it. And I found that really horrific, and I felt it was too bad that nobody else at least spoke up. But the reality is River Glen and where these people live, or just below them, they in fact lost a lot of lives and a lot of houses on the other side of the trestle railway there. And the water did come up around under the trestle, knocked the trestle over Route 4 out, and actually came into this area. And so perhaps it's not a 100-year flood, but that kind of leads to my question, I guess, which is, well, has anybody, in light of climate change, looked at, or is FEMA looking at, how it defines a 100-year flood? And if a 100-year flood is now going to happen every 50 years, well, what's the standard for every 100 years? And shouldn't that be where we're setting these FEMA lines or the floodplain lines? Additionally, after the flood of 55, the real problem wasn't necessarily the rain in the immediate vicinity. The problem was it's a river, and all the water came from upstream. So after the flood, there was flood control work done. And in fact, we have some large dams up in Colebrook and Hogsback and other areas, which can retain a lot of water. But again, this was designed 70 years ago almost. And has anybody looked at this and said, okay, well, what happens now based on climate change, based on the increased amounts of moisture that we can expect? Has anybody looked to see whether these will be adequate and what's the risk that they fail? Because if they fail, there's no doubt this will be a flooded area. Not only mostly because of the river, but also look at those ponds across Route 4. Those also will eventually overflow and cause more flood. So you're talking about an issue which, again, I don't know if that's particularly a wetlands issue, but I certainly think it's important for everyone to think about that. And certainly I hope the TPZ will give that some thought. But, you see the floods in Europe, what happened to these cities, how everybody was surprised by it. Why would we be building alongside the river now, knowing what's coming? I mean, why doesn't the town, again, see the bigger picture, work with the developer, preserve this parcel of land, or at least keep the development very close to Route 4, and not have the risk that someday we're all going to be going, oh my God, look what happened. I would really encourage this commission to look at the bigger picture and that. Real quickly, the other thing, I don't know whether aesthetics is part of looking at the value of wetlands, but as has been said by a couple people better than me already tonight, it's going to be horrible to be coming up north on that trail and look over. All you're going to see is a string of apartment buildings. It's not going to be great to be on the water and look up, and all you're going to see is a string of apartment buildings. If you go down there now, as it was said, you've got one of the most beautiful spots, probably not only in Connecticut or the Northeast, but in the country. And you're going to ruin it. So you're going to lose the value of the beauty. The other and last thing I'll say is you're talking about the bike trail, and now you won't even say that the people can use the river. So I guess, or go to the river. And I guess that means they've got to stay on the bike trail. Is that going to be fencing? I mean, what is that going to be? Again, and I bring this up because the candy that's being shown to the town, which I think sort of takes the eye off the ball of the bigger picture, is, well, now you can connect finally to the trail from the ball fields, or you can get this little bike trail. But the reality is you're giving away so much, and you're taking such a huge risk to try and do that. So again, I'm going to conclude by repeating myself. This is a wetland. This commission has the ability to say no. And I really would ask it to seriously consider saying no in light of the risk to the health and safety, as well as the natural environment in this area. Keep this more natural so that everybody in town can enjoy it, and we don't have to put anybody at risk, nor do we have to lose the unique value of this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there is another hand raised. John S., you should be able to unmute your microphone and address the commission. Again, full name and address for the commission, please.
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is John Schoenhorn. I reside at 155 Town Farm Road. I have more or less 4 questions / comments, and I'll just state them in the order I have them. And if anybody from the applicant wants to respond, that's fine. And I'll just note, I'm the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I don't have anything specifically to do with this particular application, but I've listened to all of the comments. So these are my questions, including as a follow-up to what I heard Mr. Jay Bombero say a couple of minutes ago. My first comment or question is, in light of the fact of climate change and my understanding and acknowledgement that FEMA standards of hydrology only require planning to a 100-year flood, has anyone looked at on this application the likelihood, or at least the showing on a map what this would look like in a 500-year flood? And I will note that even though the couple of storms we had in the last month or two came close maybe to a 100-year flood, I've lived in town for over 18 years, and there have been at least 2 times that the floodwaters on the river have gone well above a 100-year flood and have completely flooded over both Farmington Avenue and several places on Town Farm Road in the area to the north and south of where I reside. So that's my first comment. The second comment, which is somewhat related, has anyone considered whether, even though there's no discharge going directly into the river, whether any additional water runoff indirectly will impact flooding downstream? And that includes the commercial areas that have flooded in the past, the pizza parlor, the Dunkin' Donuts, that area there where there are some commercial properties that have been underwater a few times over the last 10, 15 years. And that would also include, as I said, the golf course overflowing and closing Town Farm, both in the town, up near the polo grounds, and again, on the Avon side, where Sub-Edge Farm is, and then going further up towards Town Farm Road in the Avon end of town there. My third comment question has to do with the question of whether all this paving and driveway entrances, whether there's been any thought to using a pervious material for surface paving and parking rather than an impervious asphalt, and so that the amount of maintenance and catch basins and depressed islands can be minimized. That is, the water would flow naturally into the ground through the driveways and parking rather than collecting and pouring into these dedicated floodwater maintenance areas. And my last comment is also a question, and that is, there have been some questions about the rail trail, and I'll just say I enjoy using the rail trail. I bike a lot up to Westfield. I'm waiting for them to finish it all the way up to Northampton, and I biked waiting for it to be finished in Plainville. But is the spur that's being shown on the plan, is that an integral part of the application, as Mr. Doyle suggested in his June 30th, 2021 letter, or is that just sort of a suggestion to induce people to support it? And thank you. I'll take the response off. I don't need to respond to anybody unless I'm asked, so I'll just go to mute.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has called in for this meeting on Zoom that wishes to address the commission regarding this application? If you do, we ask that you please raise your hand using the function in Zoom. I will note that the Q&A and chat comments are not, this is not the way to address the commission. Those are not being added to the record. They are not included in the record, and they are not being monitored. So if you want, it's a public meeting, you're entitled to make public comment, raise your hand and address the commission if you'd like to make a comment. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this time.
I'm sorry, did you have something to say?
Who? Yes, and we'll address it. No, we got it. Thanks. Mr. Chair, it's all yours.
Thank you. One of the things that I've been involved with through work. One of the things that I have been involved through work is I've been working with the Connecticut Siting Council. And one of the things we've been doing is looking at climate change. And in that respect, substations, power generating plants, things of that nature that are down along the coast in particular, which may be more subject to climate change. I've been looking at that stuff for years now and trying to make those types of facilities built up higher so that they are not going to be subject to some of the current flooding problems that they have. Like some of the substations down in Bridgeport, New Haven, they're actually underwater with some of the storms. So they're trying to do things to make the system more resilient. Basically, what the state is looking at from that perspective is roughly about a 2-foot high increase in ocean elevation over the years. I mean, you're going to see some of that maybe coming up the rivers. I don't think it's going to be that much though. But one of the things we do look at is what the elevations are. I mean, that's part of what we do, whether it's for this, whether it's planning and zoning. Engineering staff looks at that type of information and we go based on really what the current technology is. I mean, what it's going to be like in 100 years, I don't think anybody can say what it's going to be like at that point in time. But you go and you use some of the science that's available out there, and that's what I think we try to incorporate into some of our decisions. So,
I don't know if we want to have the applicant address any of the additional public comments that came in at this particular point in time.
I'm seeing a nodding of a head or two, so I think they would like that opportunity. So, go ahead. Yeah.
For the record, Tom Daly with SLR, and we'll try to jump on these. They're good questions. So, first of all, I'd like to talk about terms of climate change and then floodplain. One thing I would note is we are now using new NOAA data for our drainage calculations. For many years, it was rainfall event, but NOAA, I think it was just, Shannon, correct me if it was probably only in the last 2 years.
2 years, correct.
And we as a firm actually adopted that quicker than other firms because we do acknowledge that. So if you look at the rainfall, when we say the 100-year storm, it's not the same 100-year storm we were talking about 2 years ago to this commission. The rates are much greater. So we have moved with the times. One thing in terms of this site, and as Megan said, the railroad bridge makes a very dramatic change to it. The floodplain on the other side of the railroad bridge is very broad, and this constricts it. Whether the town was, thinking forward or it has come full circle, but the town of Farmington has their own floodplain requirements that we have to meet. And in this area, the 100-year floodplain by FEMA is at elevation 175. But the town zoning regulations require us to have our building finished floors no less than 182. So the lowest building on this site is still 7 feet above the 100-year flood. So we believe that we are resilient. We are positioning ourselves, and with the help of the town, we'd probably be meeting those grades anyways because of the topography. But there's not anything here. The other thing is because the development is located outside the flood zone, we are not adding any additional fill that would have a negative impact on those people downstream. That's also a standard the town has to look at plus and minuses in terms of how much fill. And if we fill any floodplain, we have to compensate and dig out another area, but that is not occurring on this site. So I think the resiliency part of it, we believe we've handled it both on our internal drainage and also the siting of the site to be well above the floodplain.
Let me ask a follow-up question on that. Because you also have to go through Department of Energy Environmental Protection, the stormwater group, to get a stormwater permit from them as well, correct?
Correct, and that'll be focused mostly on erosion control. And there was one discussion about state oversight in the Route 4. The project is of a certain size, and I know it's not your jurisdiction, but to answer questions, It is a certain size that this project has to go to an organization called the Office of State Traffic Administration. They will look at the overall traffic from this project and look at the overall Route 4 traffic. So there, even if we do it become successful through town planning and zoning, there's still, as the chair said, we have to go to the DEP for our erosion control. We have to go to the state in terms of our traffic authority. So there is other thresholds we have to.
And if I can just add something on that, the threshold for the State Traffic Commission is 200 parking spaces.
Correct.
And they've got, I think it's proposed 190 units, and it's between 1.25 and 1.5 parking spaces. So they're over the 200 spaces, which is why it would also have to go to the State Traffic Commission.
And then they will also, the local district traffic will have to approve our curb cut on that. There was one discussion about pervious pavement. We believe that we are achieving all the goals of the same goals of pervious pavement, but to be better suited. Your benefit of also sending the water to these basins, as Phil indicated, they will have a vegetated bottom to them, and the vegetation does even a better job to do uptake and absorb more water. So we believe in this situation, and working with Connecticut Water, we took the roof water and put that right into the ground. But the other area, Connecticut Water was interested on us taking it to vegetated basins. And if you look at the TV guidance, the vegetation does an excellent job for additional renovation of that stormwater. So we believe in this particular situation, we've achieved those goals and actually exceeded those that would be done on pervious pavement. If it's pervious pavement, it basically goes right into the ground with any pre-treatment. It's a great resource in some areas, but it has to be done logically. And on this area, we believe we met the standard of the Connecticut Water on that. That, I think, answers my questions, and I think there might be, or Robin, was there something other engineering related?
Sort of replied to this one, but the question was, if we're not discharging directly to the river, will this still have a negative impact on flooding? I think you meant downstream.
Correct, and thank you, Robin. We will not have flooding. We had to provide calculations to the town that there's no increase in runoff, peak runoff from this site. But it's really flooding downstream is a twofold thing. As I indicated, our localized drainage will not have any impacts, but also we're not filling any floodplain that would take away from volume down gradient. That's probably the more critical thing. And because this project has been pushed out of the floodplain and up above that, we're not taking away that volume of storage that would have a negative impact on somebody down below. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, totally. Very minor. I think the last person to ask questions asked about the rail spur. It's an integral part of the plan because it is required, the bike trail spur, because it's required in the planning and zoning regulations. We are required to build the connection for the privilege of developing on the property. And it comes hand in hand with the development.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to respond to Mr. Bombero's final comment that you do not have to approve this because it is affecting the alluvial soils, which he indicated were wetland soils. But if you make reference to your own criteria in Section 8 of the wetland regulations with regard to whether or not this application is appropriate for approval, I think the key points, and Megan went through them. First of all, and most importantly, and generally overall, you have to consider what the environmental impact is of the activities that are proposed, the regulated activities. And in this case, I think we've made a very cohesive and substantiated presentation that shows the impacts are minimal on any wetland resource, basically because the relic alluvial soils which are predominantly in the center of the site and also at the point of the town's connection where the bike path would go through, are not, they do not function as wetland soils, or they are not serviced anymore by the floodplain. And another one of the criteria that you need to consider is whether there are any irretrievable and irreversible and irretrievable losses of wetland or watercourse resources. And while it is true that there's a significant area that's being proposed to be filled in these relic alluvial patches, predominantly in the center of the site, and it is sort of daunting to realize that, you know, they come within the classification of a wetland soil, but there is no impact on the they don't serve as a wetland function, and the ability does not exist for them to be reactivated or renovated or somehow brought back to life as a wetland resource, because they have been so irretrievably cut off from the floodplain, as Megan indicated. So I think we've satisfied the criteria. We've explained why it would not be prudent to deny development of this site, as is set forth in your plan of conservation and development that calls for this as part of a midpoint development. There would be no reasonable reason as to why those soils should not be disturbed. They do not serve a wetland function, and therefore the prudent approach would be to allow them to be disturbed, notwithstanding the amount of those alluvial soils that exist on this particular site. Everything else that's been proposed with regard to protections of the environment go a long way to ensuring that there is no impact on the river. Everything running from, you know, the drainage and the infiltration of that drainage, and going further with regard to the elimination of the invasives and all the other precautions that have been taken in place to protect that corridor along the river, including the conservation easement that is going to be put into place there. I think it's been an application that has been sensitively prepared, and every possible change that could be made to ensure there is no impact to a wetland function has been put into place. And with that, unless you have any other comments or my team has anything else they want to add, we do rest our application.
Thank you. Close the hearing.
I think that's certainly an option for the commission, you and the commission to discuss, unless there's something someone wants. That would be the only thing, if you want to poll everyone and make sure there isn't anything outstanding that anybody wants. And then, yes, the commission could close, given the hour. I'd that, but that's certainly your choice.
So I'll just double check with everybody, see if there's anything that they're still looking for, or they've had enough information to come in to sort of chew on that. But Rich?
No, I don't think there's any other information like that. Thank you.
Mr. Fox?
Yeah, I'm satisfied Megan's introduction of a chart on functions and values that was in the original report for the relic soils. That satisfied my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Robert?
Mr. Eisner?
Sorry. I do not have any notes that there are any substantial issues that we need additional detail on, so I would favor closing, but tabling the decision until the next meeting.
Mark?
I have no questions. I say yes. Same thing as Robert said, is I agree, table it till the next meeting, because I believe there's information that the applicant has provided the town for clarification. So I would wait till the next meeting.
Ned?
I have all the information I need. So I do agree we should close the public hearing rather.
Okay, Jay?
I agree about, I have enough information and, I agree with what everyone else said as far as closing the public hearing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of information that came across tonight. Some of it was clarification, but I appreciate everybody's comments and giving us the information. I agree with Robert and Mark. I'm not ready to render a decision on this because there's, like I said, a lot of information that came in tonight. So I think what I would like to do is close the hearing. Still gives us time to render a decision. We can put it on the agenda for the next meeting. We may or may not be ready for a decision at that point in time, but we're still within our time constraints.
Correct. Motion to close.
Yeah. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Robert, you seconding?
I'll second, Robert.
Those in favor of closing the hearing, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? Okay, so we'll close this part of it. But again, I don't think we're going to be deliberating on this tonight. So with all the information that came in, I think people need to be able to take their time, take a look at the information.
Mr. Chair, before everyone leaves the room, Mr. Chair, do you have any intent of directing staff to start to draft a motion? Well,
You want an answer now?
Or later, or not at all. I mean,
Want it before I leave town?
I've got other things to do. I don't have to draft a motion.
Let me think about it
That's fine.
and I'll get back to you. soon.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I just thought why we still had pertinent individuals in the room. All right. Do you want to muscle through? You want 5 minutes to stretch legs? What do you want to do?
I'm afraid if I get up to try to stretch the legs, I'm just going to walk out. So no, I think I'd like to just power
Okay,
through.
we're going to keep on going, folks.
What?
No, I agree with you.
Hey.
Well, you could do, yeah, I mean, I was actually, I didn't know if you were here for your stuff or here for. Okay, yeah, we're good. We'll probably do a real time. Yeah, so. Perfect. Yeah, so I'm gonna, yeah, at this hour, it's gonna be 11:30. You're good.
Thank you. That's been dismissed.
Do what?
Executive decision. I just got to open up. So now I got to switch gears and open up.
So 222 Talcott
Or
Notch?
Talcott Notch, not Coppermine. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't want to have too many things open at once and not be able to find what I needed.
Tell me about it. My office is all boxed up because of the house repairs we're doing. I can't find anything. I had to dig through boxes just to find the box of envelopes.
All right, don't mess me up. Okay, I'm gonna get the door, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yep.
40 years.
You're welcome to come in. Okay.
All set?
Yes.
Okay,
Brian, you can let me know which one you want up when you get going, but yes.
Yeah, that works. All right, for the record, Brian Panico, Harry Colin's son, 876 South Main Street in Plantsville, here on behalf of the owner, John Sinise Calco Construction. So be as brief as possible. R80 zone, we've got a 16.18 acre parcel, all single family residential homes. So I'm going to go through just kind of the basic changes we saw at the site walk, the intermittent kind of seasonal water course. And Shannon, actually, if you want to just jump straight to that.
The other one?
The other one where we kind of go through that. And we saw the bank that kind of leads down toward the other portion of the wetlands behind lot 6. So the changes that we've made, we increased the tree buffer kind of as we had discussed at the site walk behind lot 6 there to include all of the rear yard. So from the rear setback, which is effectively even actually a little further than the very top of that bank, because I know that there were a lot of concerns about once you started getting into that clearing and where that bank was, the effects downstream. So we've pulled that all in, so that will all be conservation area. We've also gone ahead and shifted the clearing limits on lot 4 along the intermittent water course, so that we provided about 30 feet of kind of tree and conservation easement between the edge of the intermittent kind of water course that we had seen and where the clearing limits are. And so we've also indicated, you'll notice it looks like the house is further away. So what we had done was we kind of took that long, huge, sprawling, kind of spread out house and put on just another footprint equal in size. And you can actually, I believe, see still the underlay kind of under there a little bit. So those houses are equal in size, but just kind of trying to demonstrate that just in selection of kind of the architecture of that house and how it's going to be built, we could keep some more separation. So with all that being said, we were able to increase that separation. I think it had come up, and it may have come up in staff meeting or at the site walk about kind of maybe moving the house or angling the house or changing the orientation. So really the only way to get further away from that would be to pull the house probably forward. Unfortunately, that's your suitable area for like where you'd have your septic system. So that isn't really feasible. And then the only alternative area to do to kind of move that house would be actually the other side of that stream where there's a much, much larger piece of area to do that. And then obviously, but you'd have a stream crossing and more disturbance. So in going through to kind of recap those changes, we have increased the buffers basically in the two major areas of concern. We've redirected the design of that house so that and where that house falls so that it better creates separation and keeps us further away from that intermittent water course. And we have also changed it, and we kind of ended those conservation easements right at the area of the existing parcel by where the actual pond and dam are, so that we're not putting any of the pond and dam into conservation, so that that can actually be maintained properly by the homeowner. Another comment and question that came up was the actual dam itself. And speaking with the owner and the developer of this, a lot of the stuff that we had seen on the site walk, the sedimentation filling in that pond, the moving of the rocks, the tree down, all that stuff has happened with these recent storms. And so he was actually just waiting till this project potentially kind of moved forward to get the equipment he needed there to actually make all those changes and corrections and restore this back to its proper state. If there are any questions or concerns regarding that, I believe Dave Lord may be on the call. He may not, but I think we went through a lot of this. I think when we had been out there on site, what we had noticed was it was a little bit less about, we saw the wetland quality, saw that kind of swale was more intermittent. There wasn't really a whole lot of wetland plantings and stuff. But if there's any questions for him, if he's on the call.
Yes, Dave is on and he's unmuted, so.
Okay, Dave can go through that stuff, or if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
I mean, I'll start with commission members. Jay, we'll start with you this time.
Sorry about that. I had to unmute myself. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot for. I appreciate the work that you did trying to reconfigure the house. But I know we had talked about maybe a front entrance garage at the meeting, at the site meeting. I guess my concern is, you've got this reconfigured, you're showing the other layout of the previous house there. But can we put in a dimension showing that whatever house you end up with, we keep it some distance away from the conservation easement, or because whatever, I mean, you don't know exactly what kind of house you're going to end up. So it'd be nice if we could show that some minimum distance away from the conservation easement.
Okay.
I mean, it like what you have there, it looks good. And you can see the outline of the previous house you've increased it from that point. So, whatever that amount comes out to, something like that, just to show that you're keeping the house away from the easement.
Yeah, and I think as far as just to address the front load garage portion, so what we had looked at that, and the house is actually at the side yard setback right now. So even if we put a front load garage there, you'd still be in a position where essentially the house is in the same place. And we just felt that keeping the driveway as far from that as possible is probably is the better route. Because the other thing that happens with a front load is if you do a 3-car front load garage, it just means that the garage is wider, which would probably and definitely shift the house even further and closer to the wetlands because of just the architecture in itself. So we looked at that and we think that this is probably still, but what we can do is as we kind of move forward, we can try to come up with maybe a minimum distance from that intermittent watercourse edge after the conservation easement that the house can be built to.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mark?
I don't really have any questions. I do appreciate the effort of moving the tree line, the canopy, away from the water course, thus keeping that more protected. So I appreciate and commend you for that effort. And that's it.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, I agree. I like the change that was made to lot 4, and I agree with Commissioner Stanchion that we should try and make sure that there's a minimum distance from the water course maintains. Pulling it back as you have will eliminate the additional grading, and that was one of the concerns, and getting too close to that stream. For lot 6, when we were out in the field, you said you were going to try and limit the amount of grading that was going down the slope. Was anything changed on lot 6?
Yes, so if you look at the handout that was that's on the screen now, or that we had supplied to you guys, the dark green kind of line that's inside of the tree line, that was the original tree line location. And so then all of the new tree line location that we're showing is some of the improvement. And then we've provided that conservation easement. So we looked at where the top of bank was in relation to that, and that's how we came up with that line where that conservation easement will be, which will effectively limit the work on that bank.
Great, thank you. And then if you could clarify what's planned for the restoration work for the dam?
So at this time, the homeowner, who is also the developer, is going to and would like to go back and move a lot of the boulders, a lot of the rocks at the bottom of the spillway. The large rocks actually had moved from that previous storm, and then a lot of the sedimentation that had come into that pond came into that pond during these last storms as well. So his intention is to, once this project gets underway and once it starts and he has the proper equipment there to make those corrections and clean all of that up and fix things, because as we saw, there's that large tree that's kind of hanging over the spillway. There really would be no way to get to that unless you had some sort of either a large machine from the bank or his suggestion was with a large forklift to be able to actually physically lift that off and take care of it appropriately. So that's what his plan is at this time.
Okay, because if there's any plan to remove sediment, there was quite a bit of sediment built up. I've lost my orientation on the right side of the pond. If there's any plan to remove the sedimentation, that would require approval from this commission. If any of the restoration work on the dam itself is going to occur, and even if the boulders are structural, then that may require approval from the deep dam safety unit. That's why I was asking what's planned.
Yeah, and so I think once that gets, he has a chance to kind of like remove that tree and take a look at the dam, and we've been talking to staff about figuring out what the requirements are for inspection and whether or not it's registered, and we're looking into what the registration status is of it at this time to try to get some more of those answers. And then from that point, we can kind of move forward and determine, once it's been inspected and we've gotten a chance to do that, and we'll take staff's recommendations and the recommendations of this commission as to, what they would like us to do as far as cleaning up the pond and the debris. I think it was and Shannon, correct me if I'm wrong, what we had talked about was this since it was existing, we were going to try to not make too many modifications to this at this time and look at it more as a, once we figure out what's going on with the dam with DEP, what we have to do kind of moving forward to make the correct steps on that.
Correct. The extent of work would dictate whether it falls under maintenance item or residential use, if you will, or if it requires a full permit. But regardless, it's still a conversation with the commission.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you. End of my comments.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Dave?
Well, like everyone else, I like the new tree lines and the conservation easements. I did have a question about the conservation easement. I can see why you don't want it at the pond or the immediate downstream section. But how about the upstream section? So like the eastern third maybe of parcel 5, could that conservation easement be extended a little bit further?
Dave, you're kind of in and out a little bit. Were you referring to
I'll get closer to my microphone.
Oh, there you go. Hugely better.
I was wondering about the conservation easement. I could understand why you wouldn't want it at the pond itself or the downstream little section there. But I was wondering about the upstream portion. And could the conservation easement be extended from parcel 4 into parcel 5, like maybe about a third of the way, something like that?
Yeah, I think that's something that we could do. Try to kind of put it between the existing pool house and that intermittent water course, and try to extend that through somehow so that the immediate upstream area can still be maintained properly, but maybe the overall kind of portion leading up to the pond is protected. I think that's reasonable. I guess my only question, Shannon, would be, and maybe you can answer this, or maybe this is a question we have to get a little bit deeper into, is there a way to do that conservation easement with a clause for maintenance and stuff? So maybe we'll do that, and that way, obviously.
It's a stream. I mean, the water course will need maintenance over time because there's sedimentation from upstream, and it's just the nature of the soils in that area. So, absolutely.
Okay.
And we've had that before.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Rich?
I'd like to echo the on lot 4 the effort to move the house away from the stream, and the conservation easement. I really appreciate you taking that effort. The question I had on lot 4 was, is that conservation easement, does that extend from that red line south to the property line? Is that what you're proposing?
Correct. I think that that was the intent, simply because there's not really, the idea is that the intent of the conservation easement is so that nobody disturbs that area and disturbs that water course, and then therefore negatively affects the pond downstream and everything downstream. So the intent of that was to protect that stream, and so everything south of that would be held in conservation.
Great. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
The only question I really have is more procedural, Shannon. It has to do with potential work at the pond, which may not be applicable for this particular application. Because what I was thinking of is if there's going to be work done there, I wasn't necessarily thinking about just from a maintenance perspective to start with. So I'm just wondering whether or not they're going to have to come back in for a permit to do some of that work, because it's not being incorporated into these plans.
Correct.
Just trying to get a better feel for what you're thinking on that.
So I think what they're looking to do is they'll just pick off the tree and the heavy debris and then get in and do the inspection. And then once the inspection is done, then come back with a plan that has a more complete scope of work for it. And then also the means and methods. And at that point, then the commission can decide what level of permit is required, but the conversation would still be held with the commission. But I would, and I think that's what was conveyed, is that it would be a whole separate, we're acknowledging it needs to get done, and there'll be minimal limited things to get that, like I said, those branches and the tree out of the way so they can actually access safely. But
so if this goes forward, then we probably want to make sure that we include something like that, just to specify what they're being authorized to do.
Their limit is.
Scope of work
in order to make sure that you can go in and do what needs to be done to then come back and figure out what's the best way to deal with the overall issue at the pond. Okay, no, that was all that I had. Couple other questions I think people had already asked them, so I don't have any issues there. I do have a question, another one for you though, Shannon, on the August 27th memo. There's engineering is saying they checked off the box. Additional review recommended prior to approval. I don't.
Let me see. I think we might be okay with this one.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Yeah, the rest of so from a wetland standpoint, we're fine. The rest of these will be handled with TPZ. So this does have to go to TPZ for subdivision. So there's a handful of, I'll say stormwater things that are left to finalize, but not anything that's going to impact wetlands. So we're good.
Okay.
For this one.
I'm probably ready to vote on this. I don't know about other people or.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on this. I was just wondering about the dam. If we were to make a motion that said the applicant needs to work in conjunction with town staff to make sure, that the repairs are made and.
Well, it's more for the removal of the tree to be able to gain access to investigate what's going on there, to then come back to us to say, this is what we're proposing to do. But it's giving some authorization to go ahead and at least clean up some of the area by the spillway so they can actually get in there and see what's going on.
But
well, there was a heavy erosion.
Be limited to that, right?
Yeah.
So that it's not to try to narrow or instance of an oops.
Okay.
But yeah, to let them in, but to, it's limited to these activities with this application. If you need to do more after your inspection, then you have to come back in.
Okay, so they'd still be able to repair that erosion area and like put down rock or whatever they would. Remember there was an area that
Yeah,
had
well, and I
really
think that's,
significant
but
erosion.
But that,
So-
they'd have to come back
They
in.
come back here for that? Okay,
So
so they're gonna have
I
to
think
do that.
initially it's to be able to go in and inspect to make sure that one, the dam is in decent condition, and two, what do they,
Okay.
what work do they need to do around the spillway and
Okay.
the intermittent stream? And then deal with it accordingly.
Okay.
So if you want to make a motion. I think it's how you started.
Make a motion. All right. I'll make,
Before we do the motion, just I want to be clear. I don't think that the repair of the erosion on the downside of the dam is something that can be done without review by the dam safety unit at deep. I think that's structural to the dam.
And us. I think right now it's sort of limited to being able to remove the tree and be able to get in there to inspect the dam and figure out what's required as far as restabilizing that bank.
Yep.
And I think,
Okay.
and as you were saying, Robert, I think, that's probably a good idea that they should also then contact dam safety to make sure of where things are with dam safety and if there's anything they need to do through them, whether it's registering or whatever.
okay.
Okay, and
I mean, does that sound like what direction you're taking on this?
Yes, yeah, that was my exact point today. I agree the tree needs to be removed so you can do the visual inspection. But any work, whether it's removing the sediment, that would be our jurisdiction. Anything with the dam, I actually think we lose jurisdiction too deep on all dam repairs. And I don't know that that requires approval from us. But,
I think
Shannon can work that out with probably someone like Yvonne Hall in the dam safety unit.
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
only to the extent that it's a wetland watercourse area, so it's dual jurisdiction, the actual repair and what needs to go would be deep. We do need to determine significance first, please.
Okay, I mean, I'll go first on this. Based on what I saw out there, I do not feel as though this would be a significant activity, especially in light of the fact that they've kind of moved the buildings around or moved one building around, extended the conservation area. So it looks as though it satisfied what my concerns were. So I would say it's an insignificant activity. But I'll just go down the list. Rich,
I would agree.
Dave,
We also
Robert,
Agree.
Mark,
Agree.
Ed,
Agree.
Jay.
I wasn't on the sidewalk, and for that, I apologize, but based on what I'm hearing, I guess I would agree.
Listen, can I get a motion signifying that this is an insignificant, or it's not a significant activity?
So moved. Mark?
Second, Ned.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, so it is not a significant activity. Having said that, here to make it?
I think Robert should be. He knows dams better than I do. Robert?
Yes.
Ned's looking to get bailed out. Would
Ned's
you care to make a
punting to
motion?
Bunting.
Okay, I make a motion to approve application IW 2115 to 22 Tucket Notch Road with conditions being item 7B as in boy through 7I of the staff review comments. Clarification on item 7B, the conservation easement shall be as shown on the map presented tonight, and the condition that the applicant retain a licensed engineer to do an assessment of the dam on lot number 5 for compliance with the applicable dam regulations, and to develop a maintenance schedule for the dam, and any work to the dam itself be subject to permitting as required by the Deep Dam Safety Unit.
And are you also talking about adding a distance that they can work out with the town as far as distance they need to stay away on lot 4 from the intermittent water course?
Yes, included in the motion.
And I've got one more, that the conservation easement as shown on the exhibit, but that it'll extend into lot 5, from lot 4 into 5, and that the easement wording will be modified to allow maintenance as needed. And
And the other,
Yes, incorporated into the motion.
and an integrated pest management, as it is very close to the intermittent water courses and the pond.
okay. You hear that, Robert? An integrated pest management plan?
Yes, incorporated into the motion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? One down.
Yeah, I would have just said remove the tree and throw some riprap in.
Okay.
That's why there's one person.
That's why there's deep people.
That is Topco Construction, 168 Copper Mine Road. Regulated activity within the upland review area for residential subdivision. The application was accepted September 1st. So this is another one of those where we would have to indicate whether or not it is a significant activity or not. But we'll get some feedback first.
In visiting the site and seeing its area, the closeness to the waterway, and I think there's definitely an sign over the previous one, but I still think it is a significant event.
And actually, so the applicant for this had actually requested, we had spoken with town staff on a couple of other issues. He actually was requesting if we could hold off on determining significance so we could get some of the additional information discussed at that meeting about some of the groundwater documentation, some additional exhibits for that.
And I agree with that because I think depending upon if there are changes that have to be made to the plans, it might be a little premature to determine whether it is or is not significant, given what changes may still be required. We just got this application in, so we're still good for a number of days. So I think that's probably a good way of going. But having said that, do you have anything that you're interested in presenting this evening, or are you gonna take the rest of the night off?
I think for an interest in time and everybody else here will be incredibly brief. I do want to point out just one thing, and that's that there was a discrepancy with some of the different variations of the previous plan that had been submitted. So we actually had multiple versions, and we had looked at the wrong one originally. So I do have what's on the screen now is the corrected version, and we do have additional handouts that Shannon has for the members here, and anybody else who would like one can pick that up as well. And that's just with the corrected alignment of the road. The actual wetland location didn't change from the plan, and what the pond was and that side of the kind of disturbance line, but the actual road location where it actually started did. So in 2013, when they had originally done their plan, the road was further west. When they came back in 2014 with the modifications, the road actually lined up to where we show it now, and that I think was actually for sight distance reasons. And then difference being where we kind of curve the road into the east to keep everything tight and minimize those lot areas to keep the separation from the wetlands as great as possible. Their plan did not. Their plan just kind of went straight into the site. And those lots were kept around the max or around the minimum 30,000 square foot mark versus what we were doing with the cluster. And that's why you see that kind of greater disturbance. So I just wanted to note that, so everybody made sure everybody was on the same page with that exhibit. And but otherwise, I think we saw a decent amount of information on the site walk, and we can continue at the next meeting.
And I'll just throw this out because it was discussed at the site walk. I had a question as to what you folks, should this go forward, what you were planning on doing with the stone walls.
And so owner, developer, is actually interested in incorporating some stone walls on this plan as well as for decoration. The extent of that isn't known yet. I'll have that conversation with him before the next meeting, and maybe we'll try to depict where some of that might fall, and if he's going to use that stone throughout the property significantly, we can show that to the commission.
And I was also wondering with the stone, because it appears as though there are numerous stone walls on the site, whether some of that can also be used. I know you're talking about, this is just something to think about. You've got the areas where you have the basins. I'm just wondering if that's something that can be maybe used as to help delineate where somebody's lot is versus, I'm assuming this would be something that would be, if it's approved, it would be handed over to the town. So again, it's a way of having that definitive line there. Telling
Yep.
people this is your boundary, so please don't go past this.
Yeah, and I think maybe we could maybe make an addition to, I know we normally just do the posts and plaques. Maybe it would be a good exercise for some of that stone to be built up around those posts and plaques, just to pay homage to the site itself as well. I'll talk to the.
Yeah, it's just something to think about because you've got
Absolutely.
the materials there. It's not like you have to go out and buy them, so we'll see. But that was discussed. I may not have discussed it specifically with you, but it was discussed.
Okay, absolutely.
Just from the sidewalk, there was a post right at the edge of the roadway. Was that the center line of the road going where the center line of the road was going in?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So at the roadway, that's the center line of the road. You can kind of see it on the underlay a little bit, how the existing driveway is further to the west there. But
yeah. Okay.
Do you want to see if any other commission members have just
Sure.
if there's anything from the site walk or any other questions while we're here?
I'll start with you, Rich. Seeing as
No, I don't.
blood.
Yeah, I'm healing nicely.
Nothing. Okay, nothing then?
Nothing else, no.
Dave?
Good for now.
Robert?
Yeah, there should be, Shannon, when you're working on staff comments, if you can incorporate something that all of the superficial farm debris needs to be removed and properly disposed of from the site. As we did the site walk, there were quite a few tires, quite a bit of metal and old equipment. And there was one area of particular concern, probably to the rear in the open space area near the back of lots 8 and 9. When we were coming back over the stone wall, there was a fairly sizable farm dump, primarily glass and tires. Maybe if we could determine if that is in the wetlands or in the buffer area and have a plan to remove that debris. There's at least a couple of Bobcat buckets worth of glass and metal and debris that should be cleaned up. But if it's in the wetlands, we'll need to know how that's going to be removed. End of comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if I can even probably just speak to that really quick. I think if it's in the wetlands, since they're not really clearing any trees or doing anything, and it seemed like all smaller debris, I think it would probably be a situation where just walking through and picking it up and collecting that stuff. I can't really think of any other way to actually do that that would be environmentally friendly. So I don't think that the developer would have a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. And the point just was not to, take a backhoe or a Bobcat and, go aggressively remove it. If we know where it is, then you can plan how to remove it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Mark?
Yeah, what type of questions we're asking at this time?
Just anything follow up from the site walk or any clarification that you need. And we're going to hold on significance, the determination of significance at this point to allow the applicant to address the some of the staff comments and get a better handle on groundwater and some of the engineering comments.
Well, then I'll direct the question to you, Shannon. Going on this site, walking the site, I know there was a lot of talk about the neighborhood has a very wet footprint. There's people who have issues with water issues. I was going to ask you. After the site walk, I went around the corner and I looked at Twin Ponds, and I saw a big body of water there. So I have two questions. One, does this site? It looked like there was some on the side of the property. It looked like there was some type of stream or something. I don't know. It looked like it was a wetland area. Does that go across the street into that pond? Does this property feed into that pond at the corner of Copper Mine and Twin Ponds?
It goes the other way. Twin Ponds flows north, so there is on the typing system.
So Twin Ponds feeds this. It goes the other way, huh?
This flows north.
Okay. Well, that's okay. So that's one question answered. So at least I know that. Because across the street I saw the stream. It's kind of like a stream. Yeah, right through there. I saw some wet area where it could be, I assume, a stream or some type of water course. The second question I have for you is they're proposing putting retention basin, catch basins in to capture the water from this development. Would doing that improve the water situation in the surrounding neighborhoods, or would it have no impact at all, or would it have substantial impact? I just don't know enough to know that if put this development in and they do what they say they're going to do, grab all the water off of off the roofs and then from the street and put it into these retention basins. Would that help or assist the people in the neighborhood, or is it just like the water is just never left the property and just sits there and gets seeps into the ground? So I'll sit back and listen to what you say.
Do you want me to kind of field that?
Sure. Mark, do you have a preference? Mr. Panico is willing to field that, and then I can supplement if you like.
I agree. I would like to have your opinion also, but he can start with the conversation.
Okay, he can start, and then I'll finish off.
So I think to best answer that question, so when we look at all of the runoff, we look at it from a zero impact to any neighboring properties at all. And so we also have a zero increase in runoff. And so what that means is that when we look at a design point, which would be the point at which the water leaves the site, at that point, there should be no increase in the amount of volume of water that's coming off the site from pre-development to post-development. And so that's the entire intent of those basins. Any impervious surface that you add is going to speed up the volume of water, speed up how quickly that water gets to its destination and then therefore off-site. So by adding those basins, we're slowing down the volume of water to get off-site. So when we designed this, all the catch basins, everything gets collected and dispersed to those two different ponds. And so we had kind of talked about that at the first meeting where we had split those ponds up to kind of mimic a more natural drainage pattern that exists on the site now. And so what we're doing is we're creating an effect, and I can pull out the numbers, or I can wait and have those ready for you at the next meeting is probably the better way to do that. But we do have a reduction in peak flow. So if, for example, it took a certain amount of time for the water to get from point A to point B being leaving the site, it's going to take a shorter amount of time because now it's getting piped. And so therefore that detention basin has to hold that water for an increased amount of time to make an effect where no more water is leaving the site any faster. And therefore, unfortunately for downstream properties, if something has a problem downstream now, we're not solving it by doing something now. We're saying that we're not going to increase the problem. Unfortunately, the properties kind of downstream of this are all built on wetlands, and so there's really not a whole lot we can do. If you look at the aerial photograph here, you'll see kind of all those properties And if you actually look at just the wetland delineation, you can see where the wetland delineation line is. We're saying from that point to the property line is wetlands. Well, I would be willing to bet well beyond that is also wetlands. And you can see it kind of continues all the way through the backs of all of those properties. So we're doing the best that we can to make sure and to ensure that we're not increasing that problem or compounding that problem on this site.
So I will simply piggyback on that, Mark, to say, I'd agree, I'll agree with the last statement, is that there's nothing the applicant can do to improve the situation. The metric is to make sure that the design is such that the situation isn't aggravated by the proposed development. And part of the reason for needing to hold on the determinant of significance is because we need more information on groundwater and normalizing some of the data between 2014 and 2021. There's datum shift between the two sets of plans that's making it a little difficult to reconcile the data between the groundwater elevations that were obtained in 2014 and 2015 and how that's being reflected now. Ideally, the detention ponds will detain and slow down the flow. So the flow of water that's experienced today is the same as the flow of water that's experienced 5 years from now after it's constructed. The overall volume ends up being greater. That's why we need to hold it in a pond so that it is metered out slowly so that the flow doesn't overwhelm the systems that are downstream. So that's what we're looking at, and we need some more information to be able to understand the design elements of this at this particular point in time. Have we answered your question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I must have dozed off. Can you repeat that all again? No, I'm just kidding. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Wow, Mr. You're a funny man at 11 o'clock at night.
Me too long.
Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that. Yeah.
Be brave when you're across town.
Yeah, it's good that I'm not at the meeting tonight. Yes.
Okay.
This is done. Thank you.
I'll assume you're satisfied. Thank you.
Correct. Again, keep in mind, the way this application is in, it is not a public hearing. So it's not open for public comments like the earlier application was a public hearing. We haven't determined whether or not this is or is not a significant activity. That's really what will sort of dictate whether or not we'll have a public hearing. So we haven't even made that decision yet.
So we won't be able to say anything.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
So going through zoning, if they don't listen to us, it just comes here and you guys are just.
It has to, typically it would come to us first. And then Wetlands renders a decision. If we should approve it, planning and zoning would then have to take a look at it. And my understanding is because it is a subdivision, planning and zoning would have a public hearing where the public would be allowed to speak, make their comments, things of that nature.
Just have one more question.
Yeah.
Monday I came to the zoning because they want to build a house on Twin Ponds. And they okayed it, they did 4-2, what they call wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're saying it's coming to wetland. But if they okayed it, I thought it should have went to wetlands first.
But I'm wondering if it's a lot of record.
It was, so it was a variant. They went and they got a variance with ZBA to move it forward, and then it's coming before you.
Anything then?
Again, so at the inland, so I believe you spoke at ZBA, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you spoke at ZBA, and then, right, because that's their purview. It is a lot of records, so they're allowed to build on it. But wetlands will review the matter. And if they determine that it's significant, then it's a public hearing. So unless it's a public hearing, there's no public, that's a public meeting, you're welcome to sit and listen. But it's only if it's a public hearing that public comment is taken.
And on this one, we haven't made a decision yet. We're actually holding off on that.
I don't know, it seems like it.
Well, we're trying to give you a straight answer. I mean,
I know
it's,
you are tonight, which I appreciate, getting some answers.
We're just concerned about the water on the property, because I mean, they're gonna develop, we're all gonna be.
well, I think you've also heard what some of the commission members are also looking at too. So hopefully that helps.
I've been living in the house for years, 2005. Everything went through pretty quick about building a house on Twin Pines with copper line. I went through a lot of hoops trying to go through the state and everything.
But at least hopefully we answered your question.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we got as
I think-
far as Mr. Simpson. I don't, did we hit, are we good? Because we started,
You're good with me, that's for sure.
and I think everybody,
Have any comments?
No.
I mean, I have one. I'm looking for a clarification.
Absolutely.
Are you saying no increase in peak flow? Or are you saying no increase in the amount of water that's leaving? Because to me, those are two totally different.
So I guess the best way to explain it was we were looking at the volume, the amount of water leaving the site in a given amount of time. So I'm going to clarify that for you. I think that the problem is that we can't, I mean, the amount of water leaving the site ever should be the same amount of water no matter what, unless we're able to infiltrate more water. The question then became, and I think what is the question and has become a common question on this particular project is, how much of that groundwater, what's the groundwater effect of that? And so what we're trying to figure out is in what the current condition is, and I know that town staff has actually asked, and what we had talked about at a meeting this week was actually going out there to get additional data on that, which is another reason why we want to hold off on the determination so we can get all that data and present all of that data. But the increase coming off the site is the peak flow of the peak flow. It's the amount
Yeah,
of
but that to me is the time, not the
correct.
volume.
Correct.
And I'm
Because
just trying to make sure I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about time or volume?
it's time, because if we can hold back volume longer, then it shouldn't have a negative effect downstream. Because if I take this cup of water and I pour a tiny bit of it out once every 10 minutes, you're not going to notice the puddle. If I take this water and I dump it all out right at once, you're going to notice the puddle. So the concept is that as we detain that water, we're slowing it down so that basically the peaks in the storms are basically offset. That's the best way to describe it. So if you have a 100-year storm at this given moment at this site, all that water kind of coming through that culvert under the road, right, and then meandering along through the site and then into the neighboring properties. Concept is that I can't do anything about any of that water because it's all coming from somebody else's site. It's all coming from somewhere under the road, what have you. So, but if I can hold all the water on my site in those basins until all that water has gotten a chance to do what it's going to do, then when I slowly release small amounts of water into that after that huge storm event, it's not detrimental. If I take my big cup of water and while everybody else's water is coming down, I just add it immediately, then yes, I'm going to increase the amount of volume and I'm going to potentially create a problem because I haven't detained that storm. So that's the best way I can kind of explain it. I don't know if that answers the question. So I'm talking about time, not necessarily volume, but the two of them do go hand in hand, because as I'm holding back volume, I'm then reducing the time. If that.
No, I understand what you're saying. I guess the question that I have though is in terms of your calculations, and I don't know if you plugged them in or not. I'm just curious if there is more volume coming off the site post-construction than pre-construction.
Well, I don't.
Mr. Chair, we have the stormwater report. I can
Okay.
summarize that for you.
Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't have to be now. I'm just trying to,
No, and
I'm trying to make sure that
wanna
I
go back.
understand where.
And I want to confirm
all.
all of this stuff
Yeah.
too for you, but I guess
Yeah.
I was just confused as to what the kind of initial question was. So I'm sorry if all of
No
that
problem.
explanation was
No problem.
not.
We got there.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Okay.
we've got the report, so we can summarize what the
Yeah.
current information is.
That, I mean, and that's what I'm interested in. At least that.
Absolutely. Understood.
Okay. All right. So,
Okay, so we're gonna hold, so we're holding pattern?
yeah,
Okay.
for this particular application, that's what we were just talking about earlier. Right now, there is no scheduled public hearing. We have not decided whether or not it is or is not a significant activity. If we decide that what's being proposed does not amount to a significant activity, we would not be requesting a public hearing. If that's the case, then the public would not be allowed to speak. Like that first application that was done, that was a scheduled public hearing. So people had the opportunity to say something there. I mean, one of the things I can't say is if you have something that you would like to say and you're not sure there's a public, you can submit documentation to the town.
All right, but we won't take written comment either. So if it's not a
Okay.
public hearing, then
Okay,
written, because we
yeah.
have received letters,
Yeah.
but again, it's not a public hearing,
Right.
so it's not entered into the
And
record.
and part of what was asked for today is because there are still some questions. We haven't determined whether or not this would or would not have a public hearing because we haven't determined whether it's a significant activity or not.
They can't speak. So they can't and this is how, it's by state law, how we have to hold our public hearing. They can continue to monitor, so this will be moved to the next meeting, and you can check in with town staff to see if it's going to advance at the next meeting, or if the applicant is still going to need some additional time. And then at the next meeting, the intent would be to determine whether or not the project's significant. And only if it's significant, then there'd be a public hearing, and that public hearing would be then 1 month from that meeting. From the determination of significance. Yes, ma'am. Once it's a public hearing, then absolutely, and we can take written correspondence, and we can take in-person testimony. We will probably be moving back to all virtual, so it would be all online. Absolutely. Mhm. Okay, so we're good. We're going to move on to our next application at this point then, Mr. Chair, is that?
Yes, Connecticut Spring and Stamping.
48 Spring Lane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we need to accept that application 2114?
No, that was accepted on September 1st. So we're just,
Thank you.
we're going to hold just on the determination of significance. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're well within the 65-day time frame.
Connecticut Spring and Stamping. Okay, I've got nobody else. Are you kidding me? Okay. No, you are not, and you are a very patient man, so guess what? You get to go right now, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do with this other one later. You've been incredibly patient, so come on down.
I was just following directions.
Yeah.
You have
You're a brave soul.
First, I appreciate time and service with the town
a little eye-opening for you this evening, huh?
A little bit.
And you're sure you want to be here?
I'm already here. So,
Okay.
for the record, my name is Tommy Lee. This is for 8252 Farmington Ridge Drive. I am a builder myself, and this lot will be for myself. So, we are looking to build a house on it's an approved building lot. Actually, the subdivision was approved back in late 1980s. I think it was in 1887 from the record I got from the town. It was called the Mountain Village subdivision. So you can see the aerial of that. So to the north of it, that's the Tennessee gas line that runs through the the top corner of the property. And the wetland that we are talking about is actually, so the north of that Tennessee gas line. So, so if you look at the house that we are proposing to build, we are far away from the wetlands. We're about 75 feet away. And we're definitely not passing the Tennessee, the gas line. Even the backyard, our backyard would be kept behind the silt fence right there. So, let's see. So Jen, do we have the map of the test hole from the soil scientist?
I think I do have the soil scientist report.
Okay, but it's just the test holes that he did to the property, and that what's in that corner is the only one that he found. So so there you go. So that's to show the map of I walked the property with him, and that's it. I'm not sure what you guys have questions.
That's fine. It's a good start for 11 o'clock at night. We'll take it.
So this is a lot of record.
It is a lot of record, correct? Let me go back to the aerial here. So it's part of the Farmington Ridge Drive development. The gas line comes through, and this is just a little pot of wetlands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to throw this out. I'm just curious as to whether or not this is similar to that other Farmington Avenue project we saw where some of the wetlands were created because of work that was done when they put the gas lines in.
It's entirely possible.
I mean, because of where it's located. And I'm sorry, but I'm not really seeing anything else there that looks like it's wetland area, from the aerial photo.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so you can see there's ridge line here. So it could be a hillside seep.
Okay.
Because we've got, if I put on, so let me turn the aerial off. A little fun with maps this evening. So, you can see the slope, right? This is continuing. This is, I'm trying to grab a number here. 400, I got 415 here, and I'm down at 350, 325 when we get into the hillside. If I turn the ridge line on, I got to turn the contours off. You can see the ridge line back here. So this is the property in question. So there's no ridge line impacting. You've got the gas line coming through and little wetland here. So whether it's gas line related or a hillside sweep, I don't know. And I'll be honest, I read the report when I first got it in July. I did not read it again today when the plan, or yesterday when the plan came in.
Okay.
So if it's discussed as part of the report,
Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly go through and see questions. Rich?
No, no, I don't have any questions.
Dave?
No questions at this time.
Robert?
No question. Seems pretty straightforward for developing an existing lot with work in the buffer zone only.
Mark?
I have no questions.
Ned?
No questions. You want a motion to accept the application?
Hold on a
Actually,
second,
sorry,
Jay?
sorry, I just have a follow-up to your comment.
Yeah.
So in the original approved subdivision, it doesn't show any wetland on the lot. So
Yeah.
maybe, it does show the wetland across the street, but not on this lot.
Okay.
We went and did the wetland test because the town shows wetland on the property. So that's why we went out and had the soil scientists.
Okay. So Jay, any comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
so you can accept it.
I think, yeah, I'd like to have a motion to accept the application.
I'll make a motion to accept the application.
Is there a second?
Second by Robert.
Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining? Do you want to explain to him where he is now?
Well, I'm going to put a question back at you. Do you want a site walk or do you want to determine significance based on what you've seen?
I don't think we need a site walk.
Based on what I'm seeing, I'm saying it's insignificant.
Okay, do we want to take care of that this evening and make 1 week
Yeah,
or
I
2 weeks
mean-
from now a little smoother?
Unless somebody else has a different opinion, would somebody care to make a motion?
Make a motion as an insignificant activity.
Is there a second?
Aye.
Second from Mark.
Second by Robert.
Those in favor of the motion where this is an insignificant activity, please signify by saying aye.
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 Abstaining? Okay. You're making progress.
We'll follow up with you. So 2 weeks, it'll be the vote on the application. Okay, so, all right. Thank you, Tommy.
And it won't be
Thanks
as
for,
late.
thanks for enduring.
Thanks, it's much
Mr.
appreciated.
Chair, 48 Spring Lane, the applicant is online.
Okay,
So, and we got so used to having everyone here in the gallery this evening that I
yeah.
didn't even think about it. So thankfully I've got lots of friends online reminding me that there's other people around. So and also in my defense, the engineer we've been working with is not the engineer that's on the phone. So I didn't recognize the name. So I'm using that as
Okay.
all righty. So Galen, let me bring up your plan here. Okay. So if you would please introduce yourself and your alignment with the application and make a succinct presentation to the commission this evening, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I apologize for not being there. I'm a little ill and I'm in quarantine until I'm sure I'm not contagious on anything. My name is Galen Semprabon. I'm a senior project manager with Zubik Infrastructure, and I'm here representing the applicant, Connecticut Spring and Stamping. They're located at 48 Spring Lane. It's a 17.5 acre site with an existing building of about 112,200 square feet. We're proposing to add on a 48,900 square foot addition, reconfiguring the parking lot. The work itself would take place on the northern side of the site. Basically, the impervious coverage is going to increase from 43 to 47%. The wetlands are off the site along the east side. We aren't doing any direct impacts within the wetlands, but we are working within the upland review area. We have about 18,100 square feet or so of impact within the upland review area. Our basic design, well, working within the constraints of the site, we're looking to basically take the drainage. You're looking at the existing conditions plan, just so you know. But if you go to the proposed conditions, there we go. You'll see the proposed addition there along the north side of the site. And then we are kicking out the parking. Actually, then that's the demolition. So next plan will kind of show the addition and there we go. There's the addition and then the parking, new parking fields along the north and east side of the building. And we're basically working for the most part along the west side within the confines of the existing parking, expanding the impact a little bit. Our basic drainage approach is we're taking the stormwater around the north and east side of the building and bringing it into an existing basin. That's existing detention basin along the east side of the existing building. If you scroll down on the plan a little bit. And we're looking to expand that basin to compensate for the increase in runoff from the site. Even though we're doing a fairly large addition, by the time it works out, like I said, the increase in impervious coverage went from 43 to 47%. So we're actually not terribly increasing the impervious coverage on the site, but the intent is to enlarge that basin to compensate for the increase in peak flows from the site. That's kind of the project real quickly in a nutshell. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into any more detail on anything you'd like.
Rich, I'll start with you. Excuse me, Rich, I'll start with you if you have any questions.
Shannon, was this property into the board a year or two ago? For some improvements on the south side?
Correct. So they have 2 DEP consent orders. So in 2018, GZA was in for a groundwater containment system. That probably shows some of it up on the. So there's monitoring wells along in this area for groundwater containment and a pump and treat system as part of a DEP consent order. And then this area that attached came in 2019, and that is part of almost an acre engineered controlled impermeable cap at the southeastern corner. The permitted area was 41,500 square feet. So yes. Yep.
I did remember something. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Dave?
No questions at this time.
Robert?
No questions.
Mark?
No questions.
Ed?
No questions.
Jay?
No questions. Wake up, Ned.
I do have a question though. You're saying it's 2,000 square feet that you're adding to the building?
Yes. 48,900 square feet addition.
Okay, and what are you doing with the stormwater off the top of the building?
The stormwater from the building would be collected in the storm system and brought down into the detention basin. I mean,
I believe there's one of the comments from engineering is to take a look at the ability to infiltrate.
That's
but the
where I'm
emission,
going.
but we also have to take a look with the consent orders,
Right.
whether or not it would be permitted. So it's, I believe that's a comment that came, Bruce has already sent over to the engineer we've been coordinating with.
Yeah, because I'm almost thinking if you had to, if they could infiltrate it, you could do it on the western side of the building so that it's away from the area that's being treated.
Yeah, they did have two, so on the existing conditions plan, in this area, there were 2 monitoring wells, so that's another question that they're
Okay.
proposing to remove the monitoring wells, but we don't, we want to make sure that, what were they there for, what are you monitoring, and et cetera. So yes.
No, so as long as staff is looking at that should be fine. But it was just a question as to where that water was going, because then I wouldn't be as concerned with changing the parking around if they could infiltrate that water. So, okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming somebody would be willing to make a motion to accept the application.
So moved, Mark.
Is there a second?
Jay, second.
Okay. Those in favor of accepting the application, signify by saying yay. Yep.
Okay.
Yay.
What?
Okay. Opposed? Abstaining? Is this a site visit? What's being proposed? Rich?
I could be convinced either way.
Dave?
Yeah, it's hard to think straight at this point. I don't know.
Robert?
No need for a site walk. Engineering and planning staff can handle the details. It's off-site wetlands.
Okay. Mark?
No site visit.
And Ned?
I don't think we need a site walk.
Jay?
I don't know that I get to have a say since this is my last meeting on the commission, but so I don't think you need to.
Okay. I don't really feel as though one is needed either, so do we need to do that formally?
That's fine.
Okay.
This is a consensus. We'll just note it as a consensus, no
Okay.
sidewalk now, because it's
All right.
not it's not necessarily a motion.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, so Galen, thank you. They've accepted it. No site walk. We'll touch base with Fraser on engineering comments, and this will reconvene in 2 weeks. The next meeting is October 6th, I think. So we should heat up to vote on it then.
Excellent. Thank you for your time.
Hope you feel better.
Coming in this evening.
Thanks. Have a great evening.
So, or morning, as the case may be. Son of a gun.
Okay. Planners report?
No, sir, none. And if there was, there's none.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of September 1st?
Can we, I'd like to do the site walks too. So you can do them all together, or
Okay.
at August 25th, September 9th, site walks for midpoint, and then September 1st meeting, and then our August 19th site walk I just sent this afternoon.
So move to approve all minutes.
You are the man.
Is there a second?
Second by Robert.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Abstaining? We'll close wetlands at 11.
Can people approve the sidewalk if they didn't go on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Because it's just, all you're doing is acknowledging that you read the minutes and they.
All right. I just wanted to give, there's only one person went on both site visits, so, I thought I would be the only one can approve it, but that's another thing.
Sorry.
You don't trust
I want
us?
to get extra credit.
Oh, you're killing me.
Okay.
We'll call the Conservation
Okay.
Commission meeting order and 24. 11:24. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm still in Chicago time.
Land acquisition, I did not see meeting minutes. I know that, but I haven't.
I left a little while. I left
For the
before
site.
it ended to go to the site walk,
Yep.
so I'm not sure what.
Probably just introductory. Jay, were you able to attend the land acquisition meeting on September 9th?
Can you hear me? I think I screwed something up. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I was at the meeting, which apparently will be my one and only meeting I'll get to attend.
Oh, is there anything noteworthy that takes less than a minute to convey to the commission that took place at the land acquisition? Is there anything noteworthy, or should we just move on?
I think you can just move on. And it would be hard for me to do it in less than a minute anyway.
Okay.
No, I was-
Okay, duly noted. I'll try and track down some meeting minutes. I do not have a planner's report.
Okay.
Hey,
So
on that, just for my reference, we don't like, if there was discussion that was, what do they call it, off the record?
Oh, if it's, no, if it was executive session,
Executive
if the only
session.
thing that,
Executive
if the
session
only thing
is
discussed
not
was
on it.
executive
Yeah.
session, then no, we can't share it here this
Okay.
evening. And then that's it. That's all you need
That's
to
what I
say.
thought. I didn't think I could.
Yeah,
say
no,
anything
no,
about
no. So if it's
session.
executive
No.
session stuff, then that's,
Yeah,
goes to your grave.
okay,
if you talk about it, Grave was earlier.
yeah.
Okay,
Can I
so
get a
minutes.
motion to approve the Conservation Commission minutes of September 1st?
This is Rich. So moved.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I
Opposed? Abstaining? Passed. I think we can close the meeting at 11:26.